Good morning, everyone. My name is Demetrius Cottrell, and I am the Small Business Specialist for HHS ACF. And let's start this off by giving yourself a round of applause. Amazing job yesterday, right? You enjoyed yourself yesterday? Thank y'all so much. The networking was great. Sessions were amazing. Questions were wonderful. So thank y'all for helping making this a great event already. To kick off day 2, welcome. This is our second day of our second annual ACF APBI. This event is scheduled so we can collectively build relationships together. We can review ACF's mission to help identify potential contracting opportunities from our mission partners. You are free to network in the lobby or in the auditorium. We also have, if you want more privacy, rooms F1 and F2, as we did yesterday, for opportunities to network. Now, a couple housekeeping rules. We identified this yesterday. So for your name badges, please write your company name on the name badges. And we ask for our large businesses, put a star so we can identify that you are a large business for, to keep those conversations going and networking opportunities. Other housekeeping items. Make sure you know where the bathrooms are. Again, my left side, there's bathrooms there, and there's also bathrooms upstairs. Lunch and food are provided at the cafeteria upstairs, left and make a right. But if you get lost, we got you, don't worry. This event is also being recorded live on and will be posted on the HHS YouTube page. So if you don't get everything, that's fine. Presentations will be provided. Relax, we're gonna take care of you. All right? Y'all quiet this morning, all right? There we go, I'm making sure out there. If your question is not answered today, again, do not worry. We will make sure we capture all the questions either online or in person and make sure we get those questions and answers out to all registered guests. Again, all registered guests. So make sure you pass those along if someone needs them. Following today's events, you also will be able to do networking after the event. And similar to yesterday, we will have a panel to end the day. That will lead into the networking and conversations if you choose to stay or if you choose to have the time available. All right, so without further ado, let's get things kicked off. I'm going to bring up Ms. Lis Williams. She is the Special Advisor for the Acquisition Processes in the Office of GCS with ACF. She will moderate a conversation today between the Executive Director, HCA for ACF, Mr. Wesley, and the Director of HHS OSPU, Mr. Jackson. Give them a hand as they come up.
Good morning. Good morning. I want everybody to talk back today. This is going to be a very exciting roundtable discussion. I'm looking forward to it. As a matter of fact, I'm very humbled this morning to be sitting here with these two gentlemen. I can tell you, first of all, they've never been on the stage together in their current positions. So that's a treat in itself. By way of introduction, my name is Lis Williams, and I'm on the executive staff of GCS. My area of responsibility includes market research and market intelligence. Today, we're going to be doing a round table discussion, and I'm so humbled this morning. This is a real treat to me because I know both of them personally. I've seen them grow up in their career fields. I've seen them work. I've seen them do some tremendous things in Department of Defense. They both had an opportunity to serve in the same position. Their jobs have been parallel. They've done some great things with the military and the soldiers. And now they're here both, unbelievable, but both here at HSS. And they're in senior executive positions and doing great things here as well. Today our topic is At the Helm, Understanding the Goals and Guidance of Our Leadership. So what we're going to do today is get to know these two gentlemen. We have Mr. Kenyatta Wesley, who is the Acquisition Director in the HCA for GCS. And then we have Mr. Shannon Jackson. He's the OSPU Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization Special Director for HHS, the whole HHS. And I'm very excited because they're going to give us a wealth of knowledge today. We're going to learn and understand their leadership style, their leadership skills, their mission, the things that they have put in place to really enhance small business, the economy, and the industrial base. So I'm looking forward to that. I want to just remind those who are out there, we want you to participate today. So there are mics on my right and on my left. I'm going to go through a series of questions with them, and then I'm going to ask you to go to the mic. You'll have your opportunity to ask some questions as well. Those who are streaming, You can send your questions by email to acf-gcs-apbi@acf.hhs.gov. There will be someone who will take your questions and bring them to the mic and give these gentlemen an opportunity to address those. So good morning, Mr. Jackson. Good morning, Mr. Wesley.
Good morning. Good morning.
So what we're going to do is go through a series of questions, really talking about your leadership skills. As I said before, I know you guys very well. I've seen what you've done at the Department of Defense. You both worked as a director, very instrumental in doing a lot of things, such as, testifying before Congress on new programs, standing up operations as relates to career fields, instituting legislation and policies, working very closely with SBA on initiatives. So as you transition to HHS and you're in these new roles and have the areas of responsibilities, Mr. Wesley and Mr. Jackson, I want you to talk about your mission, your strategic goals, plans, and your FY24 priorities. And while you're talking about that, I want to know what motivates you daily as you contribute to advancing the mission and objectives of your specific departments. Mr. Jackson, I'm going to ask you to start because we did get an opportunity to hear a little bit from Mr. Wesley on yesterday. But Mr. Wesley, I do want you to expand on that after we give Mr. Jackson an opportunity to speak.
Alice, well, first and foremost, this is a great opportunity. This is truly, I've never been on a stage with Mr. Wesley. He taught me a lot when I was in DOD. As well as Alice taught me a lot when I was in DOD, and really a lot of stuff that I've taken from them and I've applied to what I do on a day-to-day basis. So that's a great question. I would say the transition over to the Department of Health and Human Services has been a challenge. I think the biggest thing about the transition was when you have multiple things going on. When you think about the executive orders, you think about the OMB memos, all of the things that have changed the landscape for our small business community. Significantly, when you raise the goals for those, that has to change a mindset. One of the things that I think that has been the biggest challenge for me in that transition is changing a culture. It's the people in the organization that have to embrace change. The last 2 years, that has probably been the biggest focus, just because when you think about it, when you change a goal from 5% to 12%, that changes the whole game. That's billions of dollars have to go to small businesses. So that means you have to get down to those program managers, those requirement owners, and say, hey, listen, let's look at small business in a different way. But also, we got to say to the small businesses, you got to be prepared when those opportunities come. One of the things that I have been doing since I've been there, when you talk about the priority and the mission, was we thought about three things at my first 2 years called GPS. Some folks have probably heard it before, but GPS has been really critical to me because when we talk about the G, it was really about growth. In order for us to achieve that goal, we have to grow that industrial base. But also we have to grow the workforce to be able to get there. And then also we had to grow our industrial-based partners internally and externally. And that was a huge challenge for us. The other piece was, P is that predictability. How can I reduce the barriers and make it easier for small businesses to do work for the department? And that is really working with our internal organizations to get the requirements. But we had to get a policy in place, i.e. a directive from the Deputy Secretary to really mandate that all of the organizations within inside of HHS provide a single point of entry for requirements. And then the third piece of that was that synchronization. And when I talk about synchronization, the synchronization is really between our large primes, our small businesses, our associations. Partnerships with those have been really critical for us because when I got to the department, there were two significant areas that we have had challenges in. One was HubZone and one was Service Disabled Veteran Owned. And those have been challenges. And then coupled with, you have the increase in SDB goals. So those are some big challenges that when we looked at that synchronization, growing those partnerships, growing those relationships has been critical. And then as Alice meant, when you talk about in 24, what we've done with that, because I would tell you, hats off to the folks, small businesses that did work with us in 23. The department spent over $10 billion in small business prime contracts, which was the highest we've ever spent in the last several years. Also, we've increased in the service disabled and hub zone category about almost $172 million more contracts going. So things are working. So what we came into 24 with is trying to institutionalize things. And I added another S to that, which is sustainability. Because I believe if we do the GPS right, it will ultimately give us that sustainability for the future. So I hope I answered that question.
You did. Very well. Thank you so much. Mr. Wesley, would you like to add to what you do in your mission?
I would just say, for us, can we get some juice? Testing. Okay, so I'm going to yell it. You guys I'll use my dad voice. So what I would say to everybody is we use a different 3 letters, right? For the basic or foundation of our first year and a half together on the contracting and the acquisition program side for ACF. And you start talking about people. You have to be able to recruit, hire, retain the best people for this kind of mission that have the right talent, the right people skills, and the ability to adjust on the fly. You can't be too rigid and be successful in this mission. Then you turn around and you start saying, okay, from people I got to go, how do I do this mission? What's the best way to do it? All right? And so you got to strategize, right? You have people who are designated for the tactical, the day-to-day operations, pushing out the paperwork, all right, taking calls. And then you have the operational folks who are driving at making sure that the policies, SOPs, those kinds of things are created to make life more functional, more efficient. And then, of course, you need your strategists, the people who are sitting down, understanding the stakeholders, understanding the outcomes and deliverables, understanding what industry can provide, and trying to come up with the most appropriate strategies to hit the right spot. And then last but certainly not least, which is some could make the argument that it's in or could be the number one, which is the mission itself, right? Because you have to have those first 2 things are based on the third, right? The right people for the mission, the right strategies for the mission. So I would tell you people, strategies, missions, what we've been focusing on for the most part in the first year and a half to get results going in the right direction within GCS and ACF on the acquisition program side.
Thank you so much, sir. The next question is to you both. Can you speak to growing the agency's industrial base? And I know, Mr. Jackson, you've already touched on it a little bit, but in what initiatives have you put in place to support this? Do your office collaborate on this topic? And do you have suggestions on what large businesses can do to assist?
Well, that's another great question. I will tell you, when I talk about synchronization, the synchronization was really engaging all of our major associations. I've established good partnerships where now I participate in events with them. And then what that does is bring me that industrial base that I need to help grow. We always are trying to partner with organizations where we are lacking that as a department. The Hub Zone Association, the Service Disabled Veteran-Owned, we have partnered with multiple councils really to help grow that industrial base because they're out there. Because they have a membership, they have small businesses, we have to partner with them. And that's been critical. And so we've hosted major events this year. I'm really excited. We're starting to build our 25 schedule as it relates to large primes. We started out the year, that's a different topic, but we started out the year by hosting a large prime contractor summit, which really we were getting at some of those strategic partnerships because we need large primes to help us grow that industrial base. And that's through that subcontracting arena. One of the things that came out in the executive order in the OMB memo was that the federal government had to ensure better oversight on subcontract prime, on subcontract goals and plans. One of the things, we took that in 3 different phases. We're in the 3rd phase now of it. First phase was training the workforce, because I had to make sure that they understood how to really evaluate subcontracting plans to ensure we get the max out of it. Second piece was then implement a database, which if you're not a part of the Department of Health and Human Services, we have a database called the Small Business Customer Experience, which now we and our organization are able to see those subcontracting plans as they come into the department. Third phase of this was really asking or sitting down with the large primes, which we did that at the beginning of the fiscal year, to really identify where are their pain points. Because I need to know where we, as the department, need to shore up that industrial base in order for them to now utilize small businesses. Because again, if it's not out there, then that's a case for where we need to grow at. So we did that. And I'm really happy about where we're at, because when I first got there, our subcontract performance was at about 17%. Last year, we ended the year with a 24.5% increase. So we are at 24.
Nice. Thank you.
Still not the goal, which is 32%, but we got a long way to go. But it's a culture shift, because every year we should be looking at, did they meet their subcontracting goals? Is the industrial base there? So those are some of the things that we have done to really engage our large primes, engage our industry associations to help us grow the industrial base.
Thank you so much. From your perspective, sir.
Yeah, so from a acquisition program side and contracting side, I would tell you we took 2 primary words: understanding and balance. Understanding and balance. First, you have to understand the marketplace. You got to understand the effects of the mission on the marketplace, and vice versa. And so we had to do some analysis to find out, do my program officers truly understand the impacts of their mission on the industrial base, how we write our acquisitions, what language is in there, how we're going after recruitment and retention and adding and bringing companies into the workplace, whether we're talking small businesses, large businesses, academia, right? Whether we're talking research, are we talking IT, are we talking services, right? All of these things, we had to actually analyze that information to determine for each mission partner what were the effects, good and or bad. Then we had to figure out what's the right actual balance based on what the industry or the market says is there, all right? And so that's why you started seeing a shift in not just the language that we use, but also the actual different strategies that we use. We're not just doing GSA schedules. We're not just doing simple firm fixed price contracts. We're actually using the right tool for the right problem. And if you use the right tool for the right problem, it helps the industrial base grow. Because right now, not right now, when I first arrived here, a lot of the industry was so focused on doing commercial or GSA schedules for every single thing, even if that wasn't the best tool in the toolbox. And they were having trouble pricing it. They're having trouble performing it. We ran into issues in actual execution of contracts, large companies, small companies, because it was a lack of the understanding. And now that we're becoming a lot wiser, a lot of you have been telling me all week how much better the requirements are, how much better the solicitations are, how much we are listening to you, and you can see the adjustments being made even during the market recess phase when we put out our draft solicitations, draft RFPs. That work and that analysis is being driven from understanding and balance and communication, which is the last one, with you all. So we're going to continue to do those things. We're going to continue to improve, and we're going to continue to use the data because the data helps us drive forward and make better decisions. So the data is telling us for each mission partner which strategies to use and be more appropriate. So that's what we're going to continue to do.
Thank you so much, sir. Different missions, same goal. Appreciate you both on that. Mr. Wesley, this is a question for you. And I know we had opportunity to hear some comments on yesterday regarding your socioeconomic goals for ACF GCS. Currently, you are just meeting your women-owned small business goals. And I know you talk about how you really look at your goals. You have a philosophy. You always talk about philosophy, managing spend versus managing goals. Now, that's a very interesting concept. Again, Mr. Jackson, you always talk about meeting your socioeconomic goals. Mr. Wesley, can you just speak to that philosophy you have?
Absolutely. So it's simple to me, right? None of you in here can spend one goal that I have. Can you? Can you spend any goal that I have? Because the goal is notionary. But if I actually know what the dollars coming in, what's going to be in the official signed appropriated budget, I can now target that spend. And when I start to actually target that spend in the appropriate ways that small businesses have shown and demonstrated success, and I start putting more of that money in those buckets, the goals take care of themselves. It also puts you in a position to be successful, because once you're successful, the program officers look for you instead of you looking for them. See, right now, you guys are chasing the programs. I'm trying to make them chase you. Because the truth is they need you more than you need them, believe it or not, because you are the catalyst to their success. And if you don't understand how to market yourselves, then you're hurting your ability to communicate. And so what we're doing with these events and having the program officers come here and talk to you directly, it now allows you to see the money, know the money, understand the money behind the mission. Because if you can understand the money that drives the mission, and you can understand the problems that are trying to be solved, it helps you write better proposals. If you write better proposals, you become more competitive. You become more competitive, over time, you win more. And if you win more and you then execute, because you can't have one without the other, right? Y'all remember the old Sesame Street song, right? You can't have one without the other, right? Because I tell people all the time, I remember when I started in small business and I helped my very first company win their very first contract. And they were like, I got that phone call, and they were all excited, and it was like the epiphany hit them in the face. They were like, sir, we won it. You told us we could do it. We won it. And then they were like, literally in the mid-yell, they go, oh, wait a minute, we won it. And I was like, oh, yeah, now you got to perform.
Right.
Right? Because if you fail, if you struggle, you are not just, I keep telling all small businesses this. I even tell this to academia. You are not representing yourself and your family and your company alone. You are representing every small business that's out there. So when you get your opportunity to be successful, you must seize the moment. Because if you seize the moment, what do you think the program officers are going to do? What do you think they're going to do? They're going to talk about you. They're going to do what? They're going to ask for you. They're going to chase you. Do you think you know how to do this? I have another set of problems. If you become the problem solver, you become the commodity. That's what's missing in the small business community right now in HHS, is the ability to become the commodity. And I'll pause there.
That was a very good answer, sir. Thank you so much. Mr. Jackson, let's hear from your perspective on small business goals. Is there anything you'd like to add?
There's probably a lot I'd like to add. So let's just take the socioeconomic out of there. Let's talk about performance. Because at the end of the day, that's just the benefit for the department. It really comes down, can you perform the task at hand? I've spent many days thinking about this, and A lot of times if you've come to my office and you've had an opportunity to go through that 5-slide presentation, that last slide really talks about the socioeconomic categories. Because when you think about the first 3 slides, it really talks about your company, your capability, who you've done work for, what was the results of it, and then now the last thing, oh, by the way, I am a hub zone, woman-owned, service-disabled, veteran-owned. Here are some of my partners. That's a different conversation. One of the things I want y'all to understand, you got to have a different conversation. Because if you lead with, I'm a woman-owned, service-disabled, veteran-owned, that's fine. But, okay, people sit there and like, okay, but what have you done? That's the same way if you want to partner with a large prime. You want to come in, hey, I don't care about all that. Here's what I've done. Here's the type of company that I am. Here's what I do for the federal government. And here's what the return is. It changes the conversation. So if I tell you anything, change the conversation. You know, I thought about what Mr. Wesley said, and one of the things, you know, he's taught me over the years is that it's not about the goals. The goals are going to take care of itself. It's about the companies that you bring in to do the work. Because truth be told, if one of y'all failed, you fail for everybody. It's a bad process, but if one failed, you fail for everybody. So the better prepared, so I normally have these acronyms. So when I was in Atlanta a couple weeks ago, I had CPR. So as I was sitting here, I thought about changing it to really PCR. And really it's preparation, commitment, resilience. Because if you're prepared and you're committed to that mission, you're going to be resilient and get through anything that you get through. And then you're going to be, one door closed, you're going to open to the next one. But you're going to have that resiliency to meet the mission, meet the demands of the federal government. So again, I go back to what Mr. Wesley said and Alice mentioned, was that, at the end of the day, we are looking for qualified companies that can do or meet the mission of the Department of Health and Human Services. It's a plus or a benefit that you are one of those socioeconomic categories. So I hope that answers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson. The next question surrounds the OFPP memo. I'm sure you both have heard of it, dated January 2024. If you in the audience have not seen that OFPP memo that affects multiple award schedules, you may want to pull that out. Go to Google or go to OFPP and pull that memo. But what are your thoughts or your concerns on an OFPP memo that was released January 2024 concerning OFPP, the Biden administration, telling agencies to take specific steps like on-ramps, applying the rule of 2, and even not using best-in-class contracts should it be detrimental to small firms when managing or buying from a multiple award contract? And what actions have you taken to implement the rule? Mr. Jackson, further, I want you to address, there's something specific in that policy that talks about relationships and early involvement and acquisition strategies. And it's asking you specifically to work closely with SBA and the PCRs to get them included early when you start to think and plan about an acquisition. What are your thoughts on this, and how have you implemented across the HHS community?
A great question. I mean, I would tell you it's a great time to be a small business. When administration puts out this much policy to help shape where we're going, and then enforcing what the federal government has to do. One of the things that we preach in our office is we need constant involvement up front and early. Market research determines the direction of where the federal government will go, and as it relates to requirements. If we do our due diligence, and that means it's a collective group. It is the small business professional, it's the program office, it's the contracting officer, all working together, and the PCR working together to really help shape where we're going as a department. And then when I talked about earlier is that synchronization. We had to create better partners This is a great partnership between ACF and the OSTIBU. When organizations are starting to invite you to participate in their industry engagements, it changes the landscape. That means it's important. You know, all of the things that have come out in the OFPP memo have really helped change where we go as a department. You know, one of the things, the reason why we're here is that we have specialists that represent the office, and they're your advocates in the process. You know, not to say that they weren't there before, but now you got more presence in each of the organizations to now better help shape where the department goes as it relates to requirements. The partnerships that we have with the program offices are critical, because at the end of the day, the program office are the keys to that riddle, because they hold that requirement. But as long as we do our good market research, provide all of the facts, then now it becomes a better conversation. And then that helps shape it for the small business community. So we have really targeted trying to really be a part of as many things as we can as it relates to our optives and stafftives across the department, and bringing solutions. And this is where we bring our industrial base to help solve problems.
Thank you. Mr. Wesley, would you like to add to that, sir?
Yeah, I would just add, you know, to me, the memo was just confirming what most of us within the acquisition world knew. We just needed the teeth. We needed it in writing so we could make it consistently enforceable. We had pockets of this goodness, this greatness that was happening throughout the federal government. And now we already have it in writing. It becomes something that becomes enforceable as people decide that they want to challenge it. I am a firm believer in equity and balance. Equity and balance. And I believe in that in the acquisition process. And Shannon mentioned the EMR, the market research. That market research is going to tell you what companies belong on your, or the types of vehicles that belong on your large MATOCs and IDIQs. All right? But it didn't tell you how to actually structure it. You needed to understand the mission to structure it. And once you understand the mission and you understand the marketplace and what's available, then you understand the possible competitive landscape. That possible competitive landscape now says, I've got a couple of small businesses, I got more than a couple of small businesses, but I also need to give those small businesses support, because some of these task orders might be larger than others. And so you need to have a side where larger actions can go in case small businesses can't meet that large demand. And so having them large and small on the same vehicle becomes very effective, it becomes very efficient. But then you had to be able to make sure those small businesses got to eat, right? Does no good to put you on a vehicle if you don't have opportunity. And so the rule of two being applied to the large business IDIQ or the large order IDIQ, it only helps you, all right? It allows you to compete against largest, which you get better at, because I know a lot of large companies that have lost to small businesses in open competition, lots of them. So I don't want to hear that you can't compete, because I know better. I've seen it. What I want to know now is, now that you have your opportunity to compete both with the largest and with your peers, what are you going to do with that opportunity? That's the conversation I want to hear when we start talking to you.
Thank you so much. Please forgive me. We're going to ask the audience if they have any questions for Mr. Wesley and Mr. Jackson. I'm going to ask one more question. I'm going to ask you all to start forming lines. We have a mic on the right and a mic on the left. If anybody have any questions for them, please stand up now. If there are any questions that we received by email, please someone come forward and address those questions. Yes, Patrick.
After a question, I'm ready.
Very good, thank you. I have one more question that I want to ask, and I think Mr. Jackson started talking about it earlier today. How does your office foster accountability and oversight of large prime contractors and their subcontracting responsibilities?
So I mentioned before we did it in 3 phases. We're in the 3rd phase now, is the enforcement. You know, we're working in partnership with our the Office of Acquisition, Ms. Brisbane, to really look at those contracts. And we're starting to do surveillance reviews coming up this fiscal year. So now we're going to start looking. So my large primes, I put y'all on notice 2.5 years ago, told you it's going to take me some time, but now we're here. And we've recently, we just partnered with some other large primes to look at some other things. So again, all I'm asking you to do is do your part. You get the contract, you got the subcontracting goals that's already in there. Now, granted, here's what I will tell you. When they were doing some of these subcontract plans and goals, was the market there? Don't know. But at least give me the best effort. And then that's why I need your help to tell me where they're not there. And those are where the areas that we, as the department, have to find those companies to shore up that industrial base. So then there are companies that be able to perform for you. Okay, so we are holding, we're partnered with our large primes. One of the things we just released on our SBCX portal is a large contractor bid board where large contractors can put opportunities where they're looking for you. So if you're not a part of the SBCX, you recommend you need to get a part of that. Second thing is we've partnered with our Office of Acquisition to start to be a part of those surveillance reviews to help us identify who's our problem child, our problem companies that we need to really talk to. And then also one of the things that, I'm really happy about with Ms. Brisbane, the partnership with Ms. Brisbane's office is, looking at bringing potentially those large primes in and talking to them. Yes. Maybe on an annual basis or every 6-month basis to say, hey, listen, we need to help you shore up your small businesses, your subcontracting, because the federal government gives you a lot of money, especially HHS. Yeah. And we need your help to grow that industrial base, because the only way we're going to potentially get to that 15%, because right now my goal is 14.75. I believe we will probably hit SDB goal next year, will probably be about 15%. So the only way I'm going to get there is I need small businesses getting those subcontracts, being ready to perform, and then potentially become a prime in the future. So, all right.
Thank you so much. Would you like to add anything?
I would. So I would say this. So think of it this way, team. So as we're sitting down and we're trying to decipher the best approaches to manage, review, you've got to see yourself. Both industry has to see yourselves as small businesses trying to go after and work with large primes. Are you putting yourself in the best light when you talk to them? Are you starting with what it is you actually do? Are you showing where you have solved problems for the government or other large primes that you've worked with in the past? And are you showing the return on investment for companies using you? Then the government taking a step back and saying, okay, I'm now setting realistic and achievable subcontracting goals based on an appropriate methodology for that marketplace. Not just taking the 23, 5, 5, 3, and 3. I hate that with a passion, right? Are we actually assessing the marketplace and knowing what appropriate subcontracting goals should be so they're realistic for that kind of work? Once we then have done that, what is the government doing to actually follow up and make sure that it's working? So in ACF, one of the things I started up was in a core auditing group, all right? And they go out and they're not just reviewing cores. They go out first and see if the cores are actually properly trained, audited, doing the right thing, turning in their reports that they're supposed to turn in. So we are doing the proper things to assist in contract administration. But there's a second phase that I added recently and that we're recruiting for now in subcontracting compliance auditors. That'll be added to that team. And they will actually be going out, sitting down with the primes, going through their actual documents, actually saying what did they propose against their contract. Are they actually meeting against those contracts? If not, working with them on the Get Well plan to include timelines, dates, and methodologies. So more to follow, but we're not sitting still. We're coming.
Thank you so much. Patrick.
We have 2 questions online. So, first, yesterday there was a lot of discussion around the importance of responding to market research requests. What are your recommendations for mid-sized businesses? I know you want responses, but it feels like it's not worth our time when you say you're explicitly looking for small businesses.
All right, so the first thing I'm going to tell you is there's no such thing as a mid-sized
I
business.
knew he was going to say that.
Like, that
I knew he was
irritates
gonna
me
say
to my
the same
core.
thing.
Right? I love all y'all. But y'all make up terms that don't exist in the law anywhere. Right? It's either small or other than small. I'm going to repeat it. It's either small or other than small. If you are in that catch-22 mid-range where you feel you can no longer compete with every small except for under a certain NAICS code, but you're not large enough to where you feel you can compete with the large, you are small in certain NAICS codes and other than small in others. I didn't write the law. I got to live with it. All right? I'm just being very open and transparent. So what you need to be doing is figuring out where it is you perform the best. All right? But I said it just probably 3 minutes ago. I don't want to hear that you can't beat large primes because I've seen it happen on repeat throughout my career. I've been doing this 30 years. All right? Smalls beat larges and perform better in certain cases. And then there are things where larges do better. It's okay. None of y'all are meant to be perfect. You're meant to do what you do well. Do it for the best possible price. And make sure you're doing everything you can to put your company in the best or most appropriate light to be seen. I'm telling you, so many people are so focused on what they aren't that they're not focusing on what they are.
I would echo that same thing. And then when companies are in that little sweet spot, that means you might need to take a step back and look at. There's a lot of things you can potentially do. There's where those joint ventures, those mentor-protege agreements to help diversify your portfolio to help you continue to grow. Because if, here's what I tell you, when you start winning, you got to stop, look at the organization, see where I need to shore up some things to help me get to where I want to get to. One of the things I learned at the beginning of this whole thing was a small business owner said, hey, you want to be a $5 million company, $10 million company, $20 million company, $30 million. There's different priorities to get there. Because once you outgrow one thing, you need to figure out where my partnerships are at, where my teaming arrangements are at. SBA has made it a little bit easier when you get those joint ventures, those mentor proteges. Those are the things. If you're an 8A participant, probably at that fourth year, you should try to bring on another company to help you as you go. And when you graduate, they become the prime, you become the sub, and you keep building and building. But if you don't strategically look at the growth of where you actually, so you got to have the end in mind, and when you think about the end in mind for my mid-sized companies, where is it that you're at and where did you want to go? And it all revolves around dollars. 5 million, 10 million, 20 million, wherever that is, that's where you have to figure out a strategy of how you get to those next levels and maintain the company. Because there is a stat that's out there of companies who graduate from the 8A and they tank. Mm-hmm. And that's a bad thing because they never planned. They never planned for the future.
And they didn't learn how to compete.
And they didn't learn how to totally agree.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take the gentleman's question before,
he had another one.
yeah,
Okay.
before he goes
Okay.
to the second question. Thank you so much, sir.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. My name is QC Jones. I'm with Nolan McKenzie. And I have a question. You mentioned sustainability.
Okay.
HHS is doing a great job in terms of, increasing the industry base among its vendor population. Do you anticipate this level of growth and success to continue over the next 3-5 years? If you could speak to that, that would be great.
Wow. Yes. Because when I talk about sustainability, it's to institutionalize things. When we get to a battle rhythm, we will determine. So last year, great, we had a lot of events. We're starting to look at what was the return from those events. Return from those events is how am I doing in those categories that I was weak in. HubZone, we've done much better. We've spent over 60 million plus and more hub zone requirements. Didn't get to the 3%, but we're moving in the right direction. Service-disabled, veteran-owned, we didn't get to the 3% last year. Now it's 5%, but we continue to improve. And if I can get those things institutionalized in the system, because this, as I said at the beginning, we're starting to work on our FY25 industry schedule, because I think the engagement with industry associations, our industry partners, will help us continue to make that institutionalized. Because, you know, one of the things we did recently, and ACF and Mr. Wesley and Alice participated in, was a training week, a national training week. We hosted it at CDC, utilizing campuses to bring, one, the acquisition community as well as our industry partners together in one facility. And one of the things that I am pushing hard on, and if you've been to some of our industry days, we're bringing opportunities. I call food. You know, we're bringing opportunities where now small businesses are talking to the requirements owners. Because at the end of the day, I don't want you to come to an event just to, hey, I talked to such and such. No, I want you to talk to some people, but I want you to talk about, identify requirements that are in those organizations. So if you haven't done your homework to know what Mr. Wesley has and ACF has as requirements, it's a waste of time. You should know. At least be asking about some of those things that they're going to be procuring. That's the beauty of this conference. You know, this is something that was brought over from the Department of Defense. This is something that we're trying to do, and, you know, Mr. Wesley is a part of one of the things that Ms. Brisbane has really pushed on the department as we try to plan for 25, is a HHS Industry Day. She might have talked about that yesterday, and bringing all of the optives together and really doing a advanced planning brief to industry to help reduce those barriers and give you guys more opportunities, whether large and small. So it's becoming institutionalized within inside of the department. So to answer your question, yes.
Absolutely. Great, thank you.
Hey, can I just add to that real quick? Because I want, as he walks away, I really want everybody to understand, when you talk sustainability of success, it's all about the need, right? The other thing you can feel really good about, and you can have it backed up in the data, is how much money HHS spends and the projections for what we're going to spend. As the projections for what we're going to spend go up, so does our spend with academia, with small business, of course, with each of the socioeconomic categories. And you look at the projections over the next 3 to 5 years, which was his actual question, in comparison with the work that Shannon and the other HCAs and Ms. Brisbane are doing, that's put us on a path for sustainable success beyond 3 years. So you can take that one to the bank.
Wow, thank you. Patrick, you had another question?
Yes, I do, ma'am. Would it be beneficial to us to include details on how we can help you meet your small business goals through subcontracting, even if it's not a direct question in the RFI?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anything that helps us see you better, see that you have experience, see that you've actually thought out how you would actually implement or apply what we're asking you for, only helps, because it helps us educate, it helps inform the actual goals. Believe it or not, if we can see that you all have a specific set of plans, targets that you are thinking about based on your actual technical proposal or methodology history, because since you don't have the RFP or the solicitation, you won't know the exact requirement unless we give you a draft. But if you know how you have historically done similar work and you can share that with us, believe it or not, that informs the market research and how we can set goals for any, and especially if that job is going to be done in a specific location and you know what the market is in that location, all that information is actually used in goal setting. So absolutely share that, please.
Would you like to add something?
No, I totally agree.
Okay, thank you.
Anytime we can get information, more information to help and make better informed decisions on opportunities and requirements and how we do. We need that.
Okay.
That's that partnership.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Thank you very much. My name is David Witt. I'm with LIS Solutions. We're a woman-owned small business doing interpretation, translation, cultural services across federal government. So very much appreciate this event. This is terrific. Mr. Wesley, I appreciate you getting all your staff out here. I mean, the ability to talk to folks is unparalleled, I think, and those that are virtual are totally missing out. So I appreciate that. And Mr. Jackson, just a shout out that Christine Haber's doing a fabulous job. So
Yes,
give her the
Christine.
She is.
Round of applause, please.
Quick question. So we've invested quite a lot in our accounting system over the last couple of years to make sure we're DCAA compliant. I know that's a very important aspect.
Amen.
Very important aspect, but we want to make sure we're ready for cost type contracts. And I know that we haven't had a government audit because there hasn't been a requirement for that. But we want to understand what's really required if we're on a GSA MAS schedule, if it's coming out that way versus what else do we need to do in terms of like third-party audits or whatever on our system to make sure that we're going to pass the compliance aspect of a solicitation.
So if I'm understanding the question, you're really start talking about CAS compliance at that point. If you've already went out and you started to go through the process to become cost accounting standards applicable to be able to do cost contracts, you want to make sure that you have actually had your review from DCAA or NIH compliance auditor team on the cost and pricing team that they have. If you don't know who that is, you can see Nick Kalish over here. Raise your hand, Nick, and he can get you connected with the right people. But I will tell you, you want to make sure that you can account for hours, time, materials. If your system can do that with accuracy, you're on the right path. Good. All right? You're on the right path.
Appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, and allowability. Thank you. That's why you get help. That's why you phone a friend. They're going to make sure I keep you in there.
That's right.
Thank y'all.
Good morning. I'm Mary Walker with Voss Professionals. To both of the gentlemen sitting there, thank you. But the question is about subcontracting. And I want to go back to the surveillance portion that you're thinking about doing.
Yes, ma'am.
Frequently, primes will subcontract to smalls, but they will start them off with the minimum amount of staff. So that percentage they commit to does not begin in year one. I'd like to ask that you all look at that because it is the total amount over the time of the contract. And as small businesses, when we win with them, we are expecting a certain amount of revenue. So please look at that when you're going through the process.
Absolutely. And I will also tell you another thing. To both the smalls and the larges, as you're setting up to work through your teaming arrangements together, you really should have that discussion too to manage expectations. And understand, I do get this whole thing about not wanting to display all your eggs in the basket, but there should be enough display of eggs to build some trust there, because what we see when we do exactly what you're asking was we do actually have that deep dive happening. And some of what we find is when we look at the prime, whoever the prime is, sometimes it's a small that's the prime. Mm-hmm. When they are actually mapping out their technical methodology and approach, they know which phases of work are going to hit at which time in the contract. And so, but what they haven't done is communicate to their partners that up front so they could better plan and know when the work is going to hit and have other opportunities brewing so they can maintain their workforce. And so we're also encouraging that. So we're going to continue to do what you asked, but we also want to encourage you all to truly communicate strategy. Because that's what that boils down to, is understanding each other's strategy so your small business partners, or even if it's large to large, that all of your partners on your team know when they're going to be used, the timing that their people need to be available, and they can go get other work elsewhere to keep their doors open and pay their bills until your work comes online. That's how you build trust in partnership.
Yes.
Thank you.
I second that.
Yes.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Chris Armijo. I'm with Compass Connections, and we provide post-release home study services and shelters to unaccompanied minors. One of the questions I have, which is related to the contracting, is the SCLS piece.
Repeat that for me.
The Service Contract Act.
Oh, got it.
Which is now the Service Contract Labor Standards. The issue is, in less than 10 months between last year and this year, 100,000 children came across the border. Of that 100,000 children, 90 unique languages were identified. Some of those are considered low diffusion and rare languages, which are damn near impossible to source in the U.S. So my question is, how, in looking at the contracts that get issued, can you guys go back and address that? I've got a child right now, 3 weeks in, who speaks such a rare Mayan dialect that there's only one individual in all of my networking I have been able to find who speaks that language. This individual is not a U.S. citizen, has a migrant status, so per SCLS, SCA, I cannot use them.
Yeah, this came up yesterday. I'm not sure, you might not have been here yesterday, but this came up yesterday, and we've committed to taking a look at it. I would also tell you to mention this when OR briefs this afternoon, because that's their requirement. But I do know that the contracting officer and the contracting director for that part of the work is actually taking a look at that based on some feedback we got yesterday. But we asked you all to openly share which languages you believe are obscure to the country, meaning they're not in the U.S. or hard to find in the U.S. What we have found historically is certain companies actually can find those, and they have more than a nice chunk of people that can speak that language. It's just not in certain companies' networks, right. But we can't cross-pollinate that until we hear from you all.
Right. There are 268 approved MSAs on the GSA schedule that if you go through all 268, I did, you'll find who has, who doesn't, because when you say I'm looking for a partner, they're quick to offer up, I can do it. But when you bring in SCLS, you find out it's not doable. So yeah, I'll definitely provide that this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have time for one more question.
All right, we have one online.
Thank you.
How can we get timely access to program strategies, roadmaps, and other strategic documents so that we can more effectively respond to RFIs and RFPs so we are better informed on programmatic needs and not guessing or misinterpreting requirements?
So it's a couple of places. So you're in spot one right now. The Advanced Planning Brief to Industry was set up to actually start this conversation, have the program folks actually brief their requirements, provide documentation, lay that out. Next part you can look is we're talking for ACF specifically. ACF's website does lay out each of the program offices' strategic challenges, needs, issues. They even lay, and some of them even lay out approved funding areas or appropriated funding areas. So you have that as an option itself. And then also they do specific events which they forecast out on their sites that talk about where they're going to have industry days that lay in to their actual requirements, especially very specific requirements like we did with post-release legal services, Greensboro, and others. So those are 3 different ways off the top of my head that I can tell you can go and find those things.
Thank you. In closing, are there any last-minute comments that you would like to make? Any events that's going on, Mr. Jackson, that you would like industry to know that may be happening or coming up soon?
So first, what I would tell you, we're open for business. Just know that. We're open for business. Second thing is we have multiple events on the horizon. If you're a Native American firm, we will be in Phoenix, Arizona with all of the Native American organizations and companies. We've partnered with DOI to host the 2nd annual Native American Summit, focusing on our Buy Indian Act. Also, FDA is hosting a woman-owned event coming up in late May time frame. 29 May. I'll be forgetting a lot of events. We just partnered with the Bow Collective, which is another woman-owned event that we will be hosting late July. We are A lot of events on the horizon. What I recommend you do, please register for in our SBCX system. Also, I want to announce that for my large primes, if you're in here, if you're in the pharmaceutical manufacturing arena, we've partnered with the Diversity Alliance for Science to host a strategic event in first quarter with all of our large primes to really bring that industrial base as well as bring our small industrial base. Great opportunity to network and potentially partner. So those are some of the things.
Thank you so much. Any last comments for you, Mr. Wesley?
No, I mean, Shannon mentioned the term resilience, and this is all I'll say about it. You all signed up to start your own companies. If you are with a large firm, you signed up to be a part of that large firm. And it takes a lot of work to be in industry. It takes a lot of work to drive, fly to these kind of events. Don't give up because you hit snags. Because commitment, is important, but resilience is probably more important. Because if you're committed to anything, when the first sign of struggle happens, if you cut bait and run, you won't be successful. Perseverance and resilience is what makes anyone successful. Because failure is an option we choose not to take. I'm going to repeat that because people say it wrong all the time. They say failure is not an option. People fail every day. Just saying. But for us, when we sign up to be in acquisition, contracting, small business, industry, academia, failure is an option we choose not to take. We choose to persevere. We choose to keep competing. We choose to course correct. And we choose to improve. You keep doing that, success is bound to hit. Just don't stop digging. All right? That's all I got.
We're going to end on that note. Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson. Thank you so much, Mr. Wesley. Appreciate you both. Absolutely.
What an amazing conversation. Can we give another round of applause? I hope you all got really good notes because I know I did. A lot of great takeaways, a lot of good information sharing, a lot of good things to elevate your company to the next level. So hopefully you took impeccable notes, but don't forget, it's recorded and will be on the HSS YouTube Live as soon as this is over with. So make sure if you need to revisit it, rewatch it, it's available. Now we're going to take about a 20-minute break, a 15-minute break. So go ahead. I'll see you back here at 30 minutes after the hour, okay? Thank you. So without further ado, I hope you enjoyed the roundtable. A lot of great takeaways from the two directors. I'm always encouraged and revitalized every time I hear them speak. And just like my next speaker, every time I hear her speak, it just lets me know that I'm in the right place. I'm doing the right thing. I have a passion for the right people. She has been in small business for a good portion of her life. I'm not going to read her entire bio because she's amazing. As soon as you start to speak, you're going to see how amazing she really is. But I'm going to bring up Ms. Francine Morris, who serves as the Director of the Government Contracting for the Office of Government Contracting and Business Development with the SBA. She has been in this role since November. In this role, she provides strategic direction and oversight, effectively promoting and advocating for small businesses, organizing and mobilizing support for the agency, which provides initiatives through internal programs of management and through collaboration and leadership. I know that's a lot. She's very busy and important. Prior to this role, she served as a deputy director for the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business at the NSF, where she developed and spearheaded agency-wide initiatives advocating for small business and promoting the internal awareness of the benefits of working with small disadvantaged businesses. She has successfully institutionalized processes supported by policy and workflows as it increases the goaling and performance of the agency. Now, she has been in the SBA for over 10 years prior to that, so her resume is amazing. So give a big round of applause for Ms. Morris as she joins us on stage. and do not rush her after this presentation. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Get that stuff out of the way. Get your stuff out the way. Hi, everybody. How are you? You're so quiet, and I'm loud. So I need you not to be quiet. So tough act to follow. Shannon Jackson and Kenyatta Wesley and Alice Williams. All right, superstars in this space, right? Give them a hand. Because I learned so much from being with them, near them, the whole bit. We are a small business family, as I say. And so I just appreciate you all so much for always being there to support me throughout my career. For those who don't know me, let me put some glasses on. I'm Francine Morris, and in November, what seems to be 100 years now, of last year, I accepted an appointment as the Office of Government Contracting Director at the Small Business Administration. And so it's been an honor, hi Kenyatta, it's been an honor to serve in this role. And he's right, I'm busy. So bear with me here. I've been through 3 time zones in the last 2 weeks and NIH's campus in the last 30 minutes. So just bear with me for one moment, please. So I'm so excited to be here. And I want to extend my sincere, honestly, gratitude to Kenyatta and team for having me here. It's always an honor to have an opportunity to speak to all of you. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to go through some stuff. And then from there, if you have some questions for me, while I have time, I'll fill some of those questions. If I have the answer, you'll get them. If I don't, you'll get the answer, but it'll just be a little later. But you'll get the answer, okay? All right, so that's the game plan. I do want to bring greetings from my associate administrator, Jackie Robinson-Brunette, who was originally scheduled to be here. We were going to be a tag team with Miss Williams, and we were going to bring it, right? And she has some conflict in her schedule, and so I'm here pinch hitting. Is that what it's called in baseball? Okay, that's what I'm doing. Or audible in football, right? I'm doing an audible. Okay, all right. I'm working on it. Okay, a little bit about myself, because I think you need to know who you're speaking, who you're listening to. How many small businesses is in here? Let me understand the space. And large primes? Yeah, I want to talk to y'all after this. No, I'm only teasing. No, I'm not. Government contracting officers. Do we have any in here? Small business professionals? Okay, great. Hi, Mike. That's my dude. Shannon. I started my career, wow, jumping in this space, it was weird, okay, because I didn't start doing federal government contracting. Actually, I didn't even know what it was, okay. I was finding myself after graduation from school, and at some point, I decided I was going to be a teacher. Well, actually, my mother did, okay, because I grew up in the era where women taught or they were a nurse. They helped people. And so growing up in New Jersey, in a little small rural town, going to a small little Baptist church, and I wore this cute little white uniform because I was an usher. And so they looked like nurses. So I was this little girl with this usher uniform. My mother said, "You really look so cute, and you just help everybody. You should be a nurse." And I said, no, we're not going to do that. Not that I don't love the medical industry, but I did choose the latter. I chose the teacher, and I did that for several years. And I'm giving this because sometimes we stumble through life. Doesn't mean that we won't achieve our goals. It's just sometimes we stumble. And so while I was finding myself, I had a friend. So I went back to school. I was going to be a chemist. And then I took a break, and I decided to go into retail. And I was working at one of the department stores because I was going to be a buyer, because then I like fashion. I know I'm living somebody's life through this. I know it's just not me. I really do. And so I decided I wanted to be a buyer, and I was leaning over the counter in the hosiery department looking at how we were going to stage the outdoor wear, and my girlfriend who was standing next to me said, hey, you want to work for the FAA as a federal contractor? And I said, what's that? And she said, I don't know, but my dad owns the company. I said, oh, okay. You think we should do it? We was just talking about catering. And she said, I don't know, I guess. He said he'll train us and he'll get us trained. Hence, we took the job. We went to the FAA, and I worked on an IBM mainframe doing operations, computer operations and backup. Knew nothing about it, but figured, hey, I'm teachable, right? I got an education. I got through college. And so with that, I stumbled into this federal career as a contractor, as a federal contractor. About 20 years of that, working for small businesses, doing everything from washing the dishes in the sink, in the kitchen, to putting on our shiny shoes and going and visiting customers to ask them for millions of dollars to do work for them. I did that. And then I decided I was going to go into business for myself, and stumbled through some stuff with that. Had a baby, decided, hey, this works. I'm going to do that too. And so I went to my husband at that time, and I said, can I take a mortgage out on our home? And he said, okay, Francine. And so we did that. We did that. And I slept with one eye open until I paid back that mortgage. Through life circumstances, I decided, or we decided, that it would be best for me to go into public service work. And it's not because I wasn't making money. I was making money. It was because, honestly, I know how hard each and every one of you work every single solitary day, because that's what I was doing. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then the week starts over again. And it all merges together. You're worried about payroll. You're worried about your payroll. You're worried about meeting your bills, everything. And you got some customers that get on your last nerve from time to time. Not HHS. Y'all good. So you have to deal with all of that. And so, but life circumstances came for me. My husband took ill. We decided that I would go into public service. And I said, if I go into public service, I'm going to go into the SBA, because I'm going to fix the Small Business Administration. I'm going to make them answer the phone. I'm going to make them see us. I'm going to make them work. I'm going to fix them. And then I tell everybody, the SBA fixed me. They did. I got to SBA, and I realized the other side of the house that we don't know. I realized that what I saw on the outside in private industry, that's not how it always works on the inside in the government. And I also realized in the government, these people also have the passion to help, and they want to do the things. It's just that they have to follow stricter rules, right? And so, and each one have to stay within their lane. And so I learned that part. And I learned, so it even built a bigger passion for me. Great. So now I'm at SBA, and I've done everything at SBA, from writing policy to working in the 8A program, the Women-Owned Small Business program. And I'll tell you, I love it. I love it. But then I had an opportunity to go on the agency side, where they let contracts. And so I decided to do that, took a position at the National Science Foundation as the deputy director in the Small Business Office. And then I learned another piece of this thing. So it's not just small business, large business, because I did work for a multi-billion-dollar prime contractor. I won't mention their name, but they still like me. But then you understand when you have to help folks win contracts or get entrance into the door, from an agency perspective, it's a different way to do that. And so NSF taught me a lot, and we accomplished a lot. And I don't know if you're familiar with the scorecard. We rate agencies at the Small Business Administration on how well they work with small businesses. And that was one success that we did achieve, where we went from a C, and in 18 months, not even 18 months, we've had 3 A+ on that scorecard. You don't do that without being intentional. You don't help people without wanting to help them. Because we can all get in a chair where I can get up here and we can chat and we can talk and I can sound great, and it does nothing for your pocket. You go in business to grow your business. And sometimes it's not that much fun. And so I had an opportunity, after going full circle, I needed to close the ring, and I got a chance to come back to the SBA. And the administrator, when she interviewed me to appoint me in this position, she said to me, "How did you do that at the National Science Foundation? How do you move an agency from a C to an A+?" And a year didn't even go by. And I told her, I said, "Madam Administrator, it's a culture change. When you go into these agencies, you realize that sometimes it's just that people don't know how to do it. And sometimes they're just not aware of what they should be doing. It's not that they don't want to. And then there's a few. There's always a handful that don't want. But you're going to get that. That's life, right? And so you see that. And you don't do it by yourself. So Francine didn't do it. I want to say that. Y'all can give me some pats on the back when I come down. That I did that. I did that, as the kids say. But no, we did that. We. The we is the Small Business Office. Staying up late at night because I care. Ensuring that small businesses are in front of not only contracting officers, but program people. And doing it in an orderly fashion. Like you all like to do robocalls and mass emails to the world, and you think that's doing something. And sometimes it's just chaos. Especially when we get the emails to folks that have passed away. Because you think that they're just not answering the phone. So I'm dropping some tidbits here. So I want you all to grab this stuff. Okay? So, or else I could go back to my speech and give the fancy words. It takes program folks in the agencies that when they're building the requirement, they realize they need to also think about the small business community. And I'll talk a little bit more about how we're working on the multi-billion-dollar requirements that you all need to know what we're doing at SBA. But it also takes contracting officers that when they're giving the guidance to the program folks, that they're also keeping in mind small businesses. Share with them, teach them what it means. But lastly, but not least, it takes large prime contractors to treat our small businesses fairly. They're not asking for anything. They're saying, give us the opportunity to work hard, pay us on time so we can keep our bills paid, and we will make sure that everybody is successful on the team. See, this is a group effort. It's not a one-off. It's a group effort. And that's what I need you all to commit to. But I didn't forget about you, small business. It takes you that when you get in the door, you need to perform. You need to perform. Because it's not just words when people say, one small business, they do something wrong, this can never go to another small business. See, that makes no sense. There's no logic to that. Just because I don't do it right don't mean Shannon can't do it. Well, maybe. But we don't hear that from the large primes. If they don't do it right, they say, let's sit down and talk about it. How can we fix it? We don't say, we don't want another large prime. We need a small business. Matter of fact, we need an 8A. You ever hear that? Do you? Okay, so you got to talk to me. I told you. So understand the direction I'm coming from. Understand why, when you hear me and I have passion, I've seen it all. I've seen a lot. And I want to make sure that when you leave here, you can say, Francine told me that. She did that. Okay, so President Biden, in driving historic economic recovery and fostering small business growth, has a profound impact on our nation's entrepreneur landscape. So the president signed Executive Order 13985. Are you all familiar with that executive order? Everybody didn't say yes. Okay, thank you. So the president signed Executive Order 13985, which set an overarching priority of awarding 15% of federal prime contracting dollars to the small disadvantaged businesses by fiscal year 2025. Are we all familiar with that? Okay, because that's important. You know, all of what I just said, giving you some of my backstory, coming into the federal government and how you perform, we need to get to that 15% number by 2025. That's what we need to do. And so as the Director of Government Contracting at SBA, I'm responsible for ensuring small businesses gets their fair share of government procurement dollars. And so I have set my priorities with my team in order to figure out how to get there. That's what I need to work on. And if y'all have some advice, I'll take it. Because I don't have any contracts. I never understood that. It's like, okay, well, Francine, it's your responsibility. Well, I don't write contracts. But I ensure that federal agencies, that's why I need you to understand my role. I meet with the Kenyattas of the world and the Shannon Jacksons of the world. My purpose is to ensure that federal agencies are compliant, that they're doing what they're supposed to do, that they are making awards to small businesses in every socioeconomic category as well. And so how do we meet those goals? We want to achieve 13% or 15% by 2025, 5% women-owned small business goal, a 5%, it's now 5%, it's not 3% anymore, service-disabled veterans-owned small business goals. And that's also at the subcontracting level. And trust me, my team is making sure that the veterans are being represented at the table. to push for that 5%. 3% hub zone. In order to get to the 3% hub zone, if we ever get there, it's because we have to, again, you're going to hear me use this word, intentional, over and over and over again. We got to want to be there in this space. So we're expanding. That's my first priority. Second is the expansion of new entrants into the federal marketplace. There's a couple things that's going on. We have, through category management, I'll talk about it, we have depleted. I won't use depleted. I guess that's a strong word, huh? We've shrunk our industrial base in this space with small businesses over the years. Additionally, women have taken a hard hit because when we went through COVID in the past few years, most women got out of the workforce to stay home and take care of their families, and they let their husbands take the lead. My husband would have told me to go to work. I'm thinking about this now. He would have flipped the script on me. You get up. So we're working on how do we bring new firms into the federal space? How do we get women back into the federal space? And so they're measuring this overall. And my office, we're looking at that. We are saying, agencies, when you're building out these requirements, why do we have to have past performance that has to be federal? I never got that. Even when I was in private industry, they say we need 3 years of past experience that you worked in the federal space. And I said, well, how did they get that when they never had any work in the federal space in the beginning? So what is it? Chicken and the egg, right? If you give me some work, I'll have a past performance in the federal space. Yeah, you can clap at that because it made no sense to me. Give me an opportunity. And so there are low-hanging fruit you hear. I don't know how much that's true, but that you can give small businesses an opportunity to get in this federal space. But it's extremely important. And then I'm doing internal and external training. So that means inside our office space, while we're so busy out training you, we need to be also focused on training ourselves so we can be consistent. So when you call, you get the same answer every time. And a lot of times you don't get the same answers because we're not staying on top of training our own workforce. And so Jan told you one thing and Fran told you something else, and you're still trying to figure out what's the truth, and all of a sudden they don't know what they're doing. So we have to make sure that we stay focused on ourselves, and we're going out and training contracting professionals and small business professionals and actually training you all. And we're doing these things like first Wednesdays and second Wednesdays that you can call in and participate in different trainings that we have so you can understand where we are. How am I for time? I'm good. And then the big elephant in the room, challenging consolidation and bundling. If you think we'll ever get away from this, we're all so naive. Because sometimes it may be good, it may be right. But my team is committed to ensure when it's happening, it is right. And if you say, agency, that this is for the good of the government, and you submit reports to say it's for the good of the government, then each year you should be able to submit a robust report telling us how good it is. But on top of that, we need to make sure small businesses still have the opportunity to perform on those contracts. Why can't you break out a piece? Why? Every time I say that, it gets quiet. Because you have to be intentional, right? And if you're not, and if you can't, then there should be strong subcontracting opportunities. You shouldn't be saying, oh, let me give you 1%, and you're going to do it for the next 10 years. What you do now, what agencies do now with requirements, is going to have a profound impact on their goaling, on your opportunity to even compete, to move around, to be flexible, to naturally extend yourself into different organizations, because you won't be able to. All the work is consolidated or bundled. And so you have to, we will continue to hold the agencies accountable on your behalf. Because you can ask, but we ask differently. We negotiate. And so we're looking out for you at where those opportunities come up, that we see bundling and consolidation going on. And how do we do that? So we know contracts bundling is an issue that we face, and one of the major functions of government contracting is our small business advocacy. We maximize advocacy via our procurement center representatives. Who are familiar with procurement center representatives? Raise your hand. PCRs, you may hear. Not enough people. Not enough people. Okay? They engage with federal buyers across the nation to increase the number of opportunities to do business with the government as prime contractors or via subcontracting opportunities. PCR are the main component of the SBA's prime contracting program. And PCRs review federal acquisitions and procurement strategies before they are announced. So this enables us to influence the opportunities that should be set aside for small businesses in socioeconomic categories as well. So when I ask about PCRs, those are the people that are actually sitting down. My team is sitting down they should be sitting down. Sometimes they're not. With the contracting officer. Before that, you even see that procurement. And it's signed off on by our PCRs to say the SBA and the agency, HHS, NIH, we are in agreement on the path forward for this procurement. How many people knew that? That SBA looks at those requirements before they hit the street. That's not enough hands. You follow me? If you're going to be in this federal space, you need to understand what it means. You have to know what field you're playing in if you're going to play the game. And if you don't, you got to get better at it. So you should know that a procurement center representative works for the Small Business Administration. It's an independent look at, outside of the agency, what the agency is, how their strategy is, what they're planning to move forward on. And you have access to those folks. You can just go on SBA.gov. And they have them there. I have procurement center representatives across the country, including Guam and Hawaii and Alaska and Puerto Rico, to support, to watch out on your behalf, to ensure that the agencies is doing what they're supposed to do. So our PCRs across the country, we're creating hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, generating opportunities, equating to thousands of small business jobs, and we're sustaining them. My Office of Federal Contracting created and sustained over 6.8 million jobs in FY23. So we can put numbers to what we're doing. And we presented over 6,000 trainings and counseling sessions on federal government contracting to over 111,000 people. In addition, programs within my Office of Government Contracting is the subcontracting program, subcontracting assistance program. Who's familiar with a CMR, or a commercial marketing representative? All of our large primes should be. They ensure that small business concerns receive maximum practicable opportunity to compete for and receive subcontracts from other than small businesses that have federal contracts. The program comprises of CMRs, commercial market representatives, that monitor compliance on approved subcontracting plans on large prime contractors, ensuring that other than small businesses are meeting their small business socioeconomic goals and other elements contained within their subcontracting plans. So those large primes, they have to submit their subcontracting plans. Our commercial CMRs, commercial marketing representatives, they monitor those plans each year. The large primes have to report into the system at SBA to let us know what they're doing, and we monitor that. And we rate the agencies on how they are monitoring those large primes as well, how well that they are working with the large primes and the small businesses. We have the size program. And over the size program, that ensures that only small businesses are being awarded small contracts, small business contracts. So we want to ensure that if you say that you're representing yourself as small and you win an award, then you should pass the smell test. You should be a small business. And so my office ensures that if there's a protest, we will review that. We also have what we call the certificate of competency, which gives small business who is the apparent awardee of federal contract appeal rights when the contracting officer determines that they're non-responsible. So if you were about to be awarded a contract and the contracting officer says, well, wait a minute, we looked at their financials, they didn't pay their bills a couple of times. Well, wait a minute, they say they can do this, but are they truly technical sound? They look like they had some management issues over the years. So they can submit to the SBA, and we will review it. And we will call you up, and we will collect that data, and we will say, make a determination of whether or not you are considered responsible. That means you may have had a few hits on your credit that you didn't pay. But that was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Was that during the COVID pandemic time? And so, but you've been on time with everything in the past couple of years. So we look at that to see if you are responsible, and we make that determination, and we work with the agency to get you that award. Through the Certificate of Competency Program, we've ensured over $2.6 billion still went to small businesses. That if we didn't have that program, you would not have that opportunity. Give it a hand. We're working. I clap for myself. So we're doing a lot of things, and how we're getting there, we're engaging with small business specialists and PCRs early in the acquisition process. We're using agency forecasting tools. SBA is poised to intervene where agencies don't include PCR coordination early enough to properly include small businesses. We're working closely with the agencies that did not achieve their socioeconomic goals, and we're actually reaching out to them to talk to them. We're looking at on-ramps and off-ramps, and we're actually ensuring that we shift the task orders from $250K. We're actually working hard with them in order for them to look at making those awards to small businesses. That's your low-hanging fruit that we were talking about. If the government just awarded every contract that was $250K, or most of them, we know it's not possible to do every, we would definitely be moving the needle in the right direction. I want to give you a couple success stories from my PCRs before I close out. In Atlanta, Georgia, I had a PCR recently review a contracting opportunity for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in Louisville for $2.2 billion. So this is a $2 billion procurement that I said that we are actually taking harder looks at those. The PCR negotiated to increase the agency's plan for small businesses usage in the subcontracting on this project, This increase represented a potential $100 million to small businesses. We had an estimated 492 small business jobs created from that. In Chicago, one of our government contracting area directors and the PCR met with the contracting staff at the Wright Air Force Base in Ohio that buys services such as engineering, professional services, administrative services, support services. And by allowing SBA's voice at the table, we were able to influence establishing direct opportunities for small businesses valued over $20 billion over the next 10 years. That's an estimated 98,000 jobs. And these are only just a couple success stories that my office have done. You know, and that's just one thing that we need to look at. We say when we give work, when the agencies give money to large businesses, they swallow it, they consume it. But you give that same amount to a small business, they have to go out and they have to hire people. They're creating jobs. So I just have to end this on, my office also oversees the Women-Owned Small Business Program. So SBA has the 8A program, the Hub Zone program, the Service Disabled Veteran program, the Mentor Protege program, but we have the Women-Owned Small Business Program that actually sits within my space. And with that, I just want to say we have over 10,000 firms, 10,300 women-owned small businesses. Now it's about 10,700. So when they say they can't find women to do construction, they can. But what I do want to say in this space is that this year in the Golden, we hit 4.91. And I'm looking at you, Kenyatta. And when I'm looking at where Shannon. Okay. And what I'm asking is we're supposed to get 5%. So this is my call to action. Okay. Why can't we made 4.91%? Why can't we get to 5? So if we just be intentional on moving the needle to 5%, let's just get there this year. Just add one more set aside, or two. I'll take two. And we can get to that 5%. And so I appreciate you all. I hope I didn't bore you out of your wits. I hope we're able to give you little tidbits. And thank you so much. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Would anybody like to come up and ask questions? Do we have any questions from online? We'll take about 2 or 3 of them. Y'all not going to let off the hook that easy, right? I know it's a dynamic presentation. Go ahead, Pat.
The question online is, what's the best way to find Hub Zone firms and locations? What's the best site to go for that?
So SBA has a map. Can you hear me? Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So SBA has a Hub Zone map that you actually could go into the Hub Zone map online and plug in an address, and it will tell you if it's a Hub Zone or if you're in a Hub Zone or not. But we also have a list. So for every program, SBA has, you can reach out to the agency, and we can help you find Hub Zone firms. We could help you find women-owned firms. So we're big on supporting you, especially the agencies when they're talking about market research. That's what we thrive on. When you tell us you can't find a firm or find a group of firms, don't worry. We'll help you get there. And we're even willing to weed those firms out for you. What's your name?
My name's Sam Barnett. Thank you for the briefing, Ms. Morris.
Who are you with?
I'm
you got a microphone.
I'm with Parametrics. We're an SBA designated small business. We do emergency management and program management services. And so my question is around, I was at a conference 2 weeks ago. SBA briefed us on trying to streamline the evaluation process across all the agencies as it relates particularly, and I mentioned this yesterday, joint ventures, men or proteges, and a standalone small business or disadvantaged business pursuing work. Each agency seems to have different evaluation criteria on how they actually score those. And I can say from our experience, we have limited past performance with HHS, for example, but we have a lot of relevant past performance. So our approach has been to look to partner, particularly if a larger procurement comes out in a JV. Obviously, that's an arrangement that we would look for. But it's hard to know. Obviously, Mr. Wesley answered this yesterday about how they evaluate and score it. But each agency seems to have a different evaluation criteria. I'm just wondering if SBA is doing anything to help streamline that approach to give small businesses a little bit more clarity on how they should approach those requirements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we can give clarity, but we have to know that evaluation is primarily at the discretion of the contracting officers, right? So they build that evaluation factors on how they want. Now, what we can do when we see them, when we're reviewing them, is we can take a look at them and ensure that the evaluation factors are fair. So we can do that. What we can do is ensure that you have clarity on how they should be looking at what that looks like versus, in that mentor-protege joint venture, and how they should be utilizing past performance from the protege and the mentor, and not require the protege to have all the past performance. We can do that. But there are some spaces, so we can bring clarity. We can show them how those tools should be looked upon. But then when you come to the factors, we definitely can make sure that those factors are fair. But as far as making it consistent across the board, every requirement is different. Every requirement is different. You can buy a line of cars on the same production line, believe it or not, and each one of those cars can act differently. One may last forever, one may not. Well, think about that from building a task order from a GWAC or MATOC or, we have to work with the contracting officer. So if you have any questions, you can reach out to the PCR. You can share with us your concerns. We can be that conduit to meet with the contract shop. And we don't. And what I want you to know is we don't say, Shannon from Shannon and Associates came to us and told us that you're doing a horrible job as the evaluation. Like, we don't do that. We don't out you like that. We say industry is talking. And this is what we're hearing. Is that true? And then we have the conversation. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Ms. Morris. Thank you so much for your comments today. I'm also a Fran Dean Bishop of Aerobodies, Inc., where we design strategic health and wellness engagements to help organizations thrive, stability operations, emergency response, and also workplace experience with loads of past performance. Not with HHS, but loads of past performance across the federal sector.
What does loads mean?
10 federal agencies, 24 years in business. We waited strategically to get our 8A. So,
okay.
And we happen to be a woman-owned small business, and we happen to be an 8A.
Fantastic. Because when you use words like loads and lots, I don't have it. Go ahead.
So I would like you to comment a little bit more on your just your vision and your preliminary comments about strategic sourcing and category management. Mr. Wesley spoke about his opted ACF standing up their own strategic sourcing vehicles. GSA schedules, MADOCs are a strong strategic growth strategy for many of us. But I noticed that you said from SBA that, of course, it does knock out a lot of small businesses being able to get in, and you can only have so many GSA schedules, and we're all trying to balance all of that with our limited dollars and resources. So can you just speak a little bit more about, from your vision, vantage point, what is not only SBA doing about that, but how can we continue to grow that? Should that be a growth cycle that we look for? Is SBA trying to look at other ways to streamline that? Because you look out across the hemisphere, there's probably 20 to 25 different types of vehicles, and as a small business, it can be challenging and daunting.
Yeah, you can't have all of them, huh? And then if you have it and you don't run work through it, they take it back. because they say it's an administrative burden, and so they have to take it. So you spend thousands of dollars to get it, and then you don't have work, and they say, all right, see you next time. You know, can we be honest and transparent? Can I? Okay. When you hear do more for less or with less, what does that sound like to you? You only have so much labor because you only have so much money. So there's only so many COs, right? There's only so many contracting officers. There's only so many, and, you know, unless you want to just give me unlimited government funds, and so be it. We won't do any more. But as you watched over the years, I can age myself. I look young for my age, though. There has been less and less, you see, open source procurements. I think when I was in NSF, we did one. And that's because I asked. I said, can you do me a favor? Does anybody even know how to just put a requirement out on the street without using a vehicle? And I had to get the HCA to do it. I'm being completely honest and open with you here. Vehicles is it. That's it. That's the direction they're moving in. And what you're going to have to do is be smart. You can't go after them all. You can't have them all. Just like you can't do work with every federal thousands of agencies at the same time. Well, you can if you're booze or but a small business can't. And so you're going to have to be smart about how you spend your BNP dollars and what you go after, bid and proposal dollars, and what you go after. And so you're going to have to pick the ones that fit your particular organization and be lean inside of that, right? So you're going to have to be strategic about that. GWACs allow agencies, VATOCs, the whole bit, to be able to get to the market faster, regardless if that's civil agencies or DOD supporting the warfighter. If I hit her one more time. But it's true. And so we have to be honest about that this is part of this industry. And so get the ones that you need, and the ones that you don't need, team with somebody. You have to spread yourself. So you may be working in a prime space here, but a subcontract space there. Because you only have so much. You can only afford to bid on so many opportunities at the same time anyway, unless you have unlimited funds. So you should be building your pipeline, basing it on your affordability to be able to go after what work you can go after and afford the work that you go after. Because a lot of times we do that too, with hopes that we're going to get a modification to a contract. So while SBA understands that there are these vehicles, and they're barriers, what we're working to is how do we build vehicles that folks can get on, that they can build past performance so they can better position themselves to go after some of the other vehicles and the bigger ones. For example, GSA has worked with SBA, and we have the 8A GWAC now, GSA Mass Schedule. So we're trying to be creative, working with them to get veterans program, things that's going to play with our programs a little better, it's better aligned with them. But I mean, if I'm going to be honest, it's sad to say, I don't know if even it's sad, because sometimes we want them to move a little faster. They're not going away. You're just going to have to be more strategic on how and choosing which ones you pick to work with. And then use it to the most of, the highest level of optimization that you can, so you don't lose it. I hope that helps. Okay.
Let's give Ms. Wilson another round of applause. Thank you so much. So many nuggets this morning. So many nuggets this morning. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and giving us a chance to just enjoy your perspective and your career history. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I don't get paid for this.
Put it on his bill. That's awesome. A lot of great takeaways from our presentation. One of the ones I want to kind of foot stomp is, a change culture. We all can get in status quo. We all can think about our businesses, our perspectives, but being open to that change culture from your perspective, whether it's government or industry, we should definitely keep driving that. With that said, you have a 10-minute break. So without further ado, we are going to kick this off with a panel with the Office of Refugee and Resettlements. They have made it to the stage, so give them a hand. And I'm going to let them take it away. Thank you.
Hello, how's everybody doing this morning? Okay, we have the honor of being the last session before the lunch break. So we ask you just stick with us. We'll get through this. But we've got some great information we want to share with you. We've got a great panel of subject matter experts to include our director and our DAS. I have to get used to saying that, our Deputy Assistant Secretary that's with us here today. So real quick, just in the interest of time, and we're going to leave some space for questions. We'll get started, but real quick, I just want to introduce our panel of distinguished guests that we have here. As I mentioned, we have the Director of the Office of Refugee Resettlement, and she is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Humanitarian Services. This is Robin Dunn Marcos. Y'all can clap. Skip it over a seat. We have Jason Lewis Berry. He is from the refugee program, but he is the director for interagency outreach and response as part of our refugee program. Jason, thank you for being here with us. One of the unique things about our organization is we also have a lot of people that are out in the field and work in our regions based on our mission that we have, but I have the opportunity to introduce Michelle Fuentes. She is a federal field specialist for the Unaccompanied Children program. We're also joined today from Kevin Duvall. He is our ACF counterpart that works in technology, but he helps us shepherd our technology programs as we go forward. But again, he is the Chief Technology Officer for ACF. Kevin, good to have you. And then last but not least, we have Richard Demaney. Richard is the Director of our Acquisition Requirements Division. He's kind of our head honcho here for today that's got us all in here and ready to present to you. But Richard, it's good to have you here. So to kick things off, it's my honor and privilege to introduce our Director and DAS for Humanitarian Services, Ms. Robin Dunn Marcos. She's been with OR coming up on almost 2 years. So that she's been our director, and like I said, was recently moved up to be a DAS for Humanitarian Services within the administration for children and families. She has an international training degree, her master's degree in intercultural administration. She has her bachelor's degree from Eckerd College, and she was recently recognized as a Margaret Rigg Social Justice Award, which is just kind of demonstrates her lifelong commitment to service and public service, not just into this community of refugees and unaccompanied children, but to our nation as a whole, both international and national operations. So it's my distinct privilege to recognize introduce Ms. Robin Dunn Marcos.
Thanks, Mike. As Mike mentioned, I came from the private nonprofit sector, but almost 2 years now in government. It's the first time I've been able to join you, so I'm really excited about being here this morning. Unfortunately, I am double booked, and so I'll have to slip out right after my remarks. But nonetheless, delighted to be here and have this opportunity to interact with you, share a little bit about what ORR has been doing. Our mission, as many of you know, is very complex, and it requires the support of many partners to address the diverse needs of all the populations that we serve. We rely on a variety of funding mechanisms, including contracts and grants, to support this vital work. This meeting is a great opportunity to understand how your work can help fulfill ORR's mission. Working with the contracted community plays a crucial role in delivering essential services and support to our eligible populations. I hope that you get a better sense of ORR's programs, priorities, and contracting needs from today's meeting, but as well as the full 3 days. I think great, the slide is up. So over the last 40 years, ORR's mission has expanded to serve many different populations. For the first time in over a decade, ORR updated its vision and mission statements. The new vision and mission statements provide additional clarity and reinforce ORR's purpose, aligning with our goals and, most importantly, our values. We are excited about the future of ORR and its ongoing commitment to serve refugees and other eligible populations with compassion and dedication. Our new vision statement, as you see on the screen, is for all new arrivals to be welcomed with equitable, high-quality services and resources so they can maximize their potential. Our new mission statement is to promote the health, the well-being, and the stability of refugees, unaccompanied children, and other eligible populations and families through culturally responsive, trauma-informed, and strength-based services. Next slide, please. ORR has two key focus areas, the refugee program and the unaccompanied children program. The U.S. Refugee Resettlement Program consists of government agencies working in a public-private partnership with nonprofit, faith-based, and ethnic community-based organizations to support refugees and other eligible populations in their transition to life in the United States. ORR is also mandated to provide for the care and custody of unaccompanied children until they are released to a vetted sponsor, usually a parent or a close relative. These children, 17 years old or younger, who enter the United States normally at the U.S.-Mexico border, are referred to ORR because they are unaccompanied by a parent or other legal guardian and they have no lawful immigration status in the U.S. ORR receives most of these referrals from the Department of Homeland Security. Once children are referred to ORR, there are policies in place based on legal requirements and child welfare best practices for assigning children to the most appropriate care provider facility. Our priority is the safety, well-being, and timely release of children to vetted sponsors. I want to talk just a little bit about the arrivals and the numbers. In the past several years, ORR has served record numbers, both on the unaccompanied children side, but also on the refugee program. In fiscal year 2023, there were over 590,000 arrivals eligible for the refugee program, and more than 118,000 unaccompanied children referred to ORR. Overall, in fiscal year 2024, ORR's refugee program is projecting to serve more than 700,000 arrivals, and this includes approximately 450 Cuban Haitian arrivals. So the other populations that we serve under the refugee program are asylees, Cuban Haitian entrants, refugees and Amerasians, Ukrainian parolees, Iraqi and Afghan special immigrants, victims of trafficking, and survivors of torture. Thus far in fiscal year 2024, so October 23 to March 2024, the UC program has released over 51,000 unaccompanied children to vetted sponsors. It's really important to note that ORR does not control the numbers we serve. And the types of arrivals as well as the nationalities may fluctuate drastically over a short period of time. So preparedness is a significant part of our programming. Over the years, ORR has partnered with numerous ORR contractors. Together, it allows us to continuously improve our programs and services, ensuring that the populations we serve receive the best possible support and assistance in a timely manner. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to be here for a few minutes with you in person. By leveraging contracts, ORR can mobilize resources and implement a wide range of programs and services to support refugees, unaccompanied children, and other eligible children and families. This funding mechanism will help ORR fulfill its mission. I look forward to hearing a readout from this week's convening, and I leave you in the hands of a very capable ORR plus ACF team, which I'm very proud to serve along with. So thank you, and back over to you, Mike.
Okay, our first follow-on speaker, as we introduced earlier, was Jason Lewis-Berry. Again, he's the Director of Interagency Outreach and Response for the Refugee Program. With that said, Jason, your door.
Thanks, Mike. Good morning, I guess, for 11 more minutes. Good morning, everybody. So Robin helpfully laid out the differences a little bit between the refugee program and the unaccompanied children's program, so I'll pick up there and add a little bit more detail. And let's see, do we have a follow-on slide? There we go. Given that I'm not looking at the slide, you will not be punished with me reading it, so I'm just going to riff. The first thing to recognize that is a difference between the refugee program and the unaccompanied children's program is that the refugee program's eligible populations live in community. So these are people who arrive here through various programs and then go into a city, get their own home, they live their lives, but they access services that are funded by ORR through our grantees and or our contractors. And so when you hear more from Michelle, you hear that the structure is a bit different on the unaccompanied children's side, but I wanted to start by setting that context. We support our eligible arrivals. Again, as Robin said, this includes people who have the formal legal status of a refugee and some other categories of folks who are similar but technically have different statuses. So you may have heard of humanitarian parolees from Afghanistan or Ukraine or Cuba or Haiti. And you also may have heard of some of the other categories she mentioned, such as asylees. I should specify that these are people who have been granted asylum, which is different than the folks who are still seeking asylum. So that's a very brief overview of our populations, which often just kind of get labeled as, oh, they're all refugees. But technically they have some different statuses. They are, however, more or less eligible for the same types of ORR-funded services for up to 5 years. So the way the system works for refugees, they have been sort of processed and vetted and identified overseas, most of them living in a refugee camp in a different country from the country that they were born in. And then they are selected, and different countries around the world receive them through this whole process managed by the UN, and then on our side from the US government, from the State Department. Refugees arrive and they are assigned to a community and assigned to a local resettlement agency that we fund. Some of these other populations don't necessarily arrive in the same way. They arrive in a lawful way through a program that gets them to the US, but they are not placed in a particular community and they are not assigned to a particular agency. Our funding goes out principally through 2 or 3 different streams. One is to states. So we send a lot of money through the states, who then subcontract or subgrant to organizations within their state that are the frontline providers for our populations. The kind of services are case management, English language training, job placement and development, health support, integration services, community building. Everything we do is premised on the goal of helping these arrivals get on a path to self-sufficiency. And so different folks will use and leverage different services. They all use at least a little. Some of them use a lot, and some of them might use it for the full 5 years. Many finish drawing on our services within the first year or 2. The other way, besides sending money to states that we fund our programs, could be through our discretionary grants, which go to a lot of community-based organizations, including ethnic community-based organizations, who provide frontline services, often more about integrating someone into their community and giving them some specific training, maybe related to microfinance or entrepreneurship or some other kind of community building and integration programs. On the contract side, for the refugee program, we hadn't done a lot of contracts previously. A lot of our funds have gone out through grants. But we have been increasing that a bit in the last couple of years, and we do have a few in the pipeline now, which we'll preview a bit later on. I think that is probably a sufficient overview, and so maybe we'll just hold and see if there's some other questions that folks have later. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Jason. Okay, next, I'd like to reintroduce Michelle Fuentes. She's a field federal specialist with our unaccompanied children program. So, Michelle.
I'm going to stand for me.
Sure.
Good morning or afternoon. My name is Michelle Fuentes, and I am the Northeast Regional Supervisor for the Office of Refugee Resettlement. I don't know. I'm sorry you guys can't see me down there. Let me see if I can come around a little bit. So I wanted to give you just a little granular information about how our program works, and then I'll go into a little bit of some of the specifics. So we are responsible for children under the age of 18. Unaccompanied children often leave their home countries to rejoin family already in the U.S. to escape abusive family relationships or violent communities. Once apprehended by immigration officials, unaccompanied children are transferred to the care of ORR. Prior to 2003, the Immigration and Naturalization Service had responsibility for all unaccompanied children. The Homeland Security Act of 2002 transferred responsibilities for the care and placement of unaccompanied children to the Director of the Office of Refugee Resettlement. To this date, ORR has cared for over 844,000 children. An unaccompanied child is defined as a child under the age of 18 with no immigration status, no parent or legal guardian in the U.S., or whose parent or legal guardian is unable to provide care and custody. With both the Flores versus Reno and the Flores Settlement Agreement, this placed unaccompanied children within the Office of Refugee Resettlement and imposed continuous judicial oversight. ORR places unaccompanied children in least restrictive settings in the best interest of each child. When making placement determination, ORR and care providers consider all factors as they pertain to the unique and individual needs of each child. These additional laws, regulations, and settlement agreements have revised the way we continue to provide for the care and custody of unaccompanied children. These laws have also defined what determines a child as unaccompanied, how we identify possible victims of trafficking, and how we appropriately screen families and sponsors for reunification. It has also aided in providing regulations for sponsor vetting, including criminal checks of possible sponsors for the purposes of reunification within the United States. They have not only directed the services that we offer to children, but also in the ways we work with their families both in the U.S. and abroad. We'll go to the next slide. Within the Office of Refugee Resettlement, we have 5 core beliefs and values: children and youth first, safety and well-being, cultural responsiveness, family and healing, and strengths and accountability. Unaccompanied children have access to medical, mental health, and educational services while in our care. ORR programs also provide on-site educational and clinical services with the ability to access appropriate services in the community. Each child is entitled to access information in their native language and to observe customs of their religion. In cases where staff cannot communicate in the child's native language, translation and interpreter services are available to facilitate the child's transition during their placement with ORR. Every child is placed in the least restrictive environment that best addresses their unique requirements. Our goal is to reunite unaccompanied children with thoroughly screened sponsors who can sustain their care after their release. Throughout their stay in our care, the Office of Refugee Resettlement conducts oversight and monitoring of care providers to guarantee adherence to child welfare principles, ORR policies, procedures, and the highest standards of care. Programs strive to keep the child's family informed about the child's whereabouts and the services that are provided to them. Family engagement holds significance not only for the family and the child, but also for the programs themselves. Establishing this connection not only nurtures the child's sense of care, but also ensures that the family's preferences are acknowledged and respected. In conclusion, we believe children and youth shall be provided a safe environment where their physical, medical, mental health, and developmental needs are met while in our care. They deserve to feel physically and psychologically safe, healthy, and connected. Thank you for your expressed interest, and we look forward to working with you.
Thanks, Michelle. Okay, our next speaker is Kevin Duvall. Again, he's with the ACF, our higher echelon headquarters, as their Chief Technology Officer. However, he supports us, I'd say, just as well be on our staff also. Kevin?
Hey, so good morning, everyone. I really appreciate all the interest in ORR's mission, and I think ACF Tech is going to have a dedicated IT session tomorrow with Robin Collins, our new Chief Information Officer. So her and I work very close, but I really appreciate all the interest in our mission. You know, I was remarking 2 years ago, ACF was kind of this organization that didn't quite have a well-known name, and the more interest in our organization, the better mission outcomes I think we'll achieve. So seeing all the faces in this audience is really, it's a positive step forward. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we do technology for specifically the Unaccompanied Children program, but kind of some of our approaches here. You know, as the Deputy Assistant Secretary, Dunmarcos, said earlier on, she talked about safety, well-being, timely release, and accountability. So those 4 things. Those are all inherently enabled by technology, right? So given the volume of processing and the complexity and the vetting requirements associated with these programs, it has to be facilitated by technology. And so that's where we, you know, creative and innovative solutions need to happen. So for how we're approaching a lot of our modernization for this program, we have a kind of composed architecture that's connected by single sign-on. So people refer to it as the ORR app launcher, but it's a Salesforce-based portal that any individual that's going to use services of the Unaccompanied Children program to perform case management, to understand the current number of kids in care, all of those things, they all go through a single portal called the ORR app launcher. And so that's our front door to protecting kind of the applications behind the scenes. From there, there's a series of applications that support across multiple domains. So again, this is a complex program, and so everything from intakes to case management, making sure the kids that are in our care have a place where we can capture information, everything from their allergies to where they're at in the process of getting connected with a sponsor. So that's all facilitated through technology. We use a series of tools. So again, I mentioned Salesforce. We also use Tableau to do data visualization within this environment. We use Palantir for data visualization and data capture. And then we use a series of custom and purpose-built programs to support all of it. What we covered here on the slide is really kind of how we think about our work. We really try to adopt agile-based processes as a way of de-risking and ensuring that when we're delivering things into production, when we're delivering new features and functionality to our customer base, we do it in small bites. We don't release into a sandbox. We release into production because the only way you know if something really works is getting it into production. And we make sure that we do well-designed features and architectures to ensure we're kind of best capturing and best supporting these programs. You can see in the I guess, bottom right-hand corner kind of our tech vision. So again, aligning with that safety, well-being, timely release, and accountability. We have to deliver timely and accurate information across all of our systems and environments. We need to have data that gives us one number for one thing and not multiple numbers for one thing, right? That's an important thing. We deliver an excellent user experience. One of the things that I think about with this program is it's vitally important that the people that are working are spending time with children and not navigating screens and technology. And so that's of paramount importance because every time we have to navigate a screen and take that extra step, it's time away from making sure that a child is well connected with a case manager. So we take that very seriously and we try to design our user experiences to be as simple as possible. And then finally, you know, allow the program to not only achieve its mission, but also understand its mission and optimize it, right? Technology is not solely about routinizing or automating processes or paper processes. It's about achieving different ways of doing an activity that optimize towards a given outcome. And so as we design our products, as we deliver for ORR and the Unaccompanied Children Program, we really try to think about that and take that seriously. So that's kind of an overview of how we do technology. I hope that was helpful. And again, it's everything from case management to intakes to transfers to coordination activity to release processes to communications. There's a broad gambit of different domains of business processes that are supported by technology with this program. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, our last speaker now, we're going to turn it over to the man of the hour, Rich DeBaney. He is our director of the Acquisition Requirements Directorate. And so, Rich, your door.
Thanks. Seems to be on. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Rich DeBaney, and I am the director of ORR's Acquisition Requirements team. And I met many of you last year. It's good to see you again. I met many of you during the year, and I look forward to talking to all of you today and in the future, crossing paths with you. Thank you for coming today, and thank you for supporting, whether you're currently supporting ORR or perhaps in the future. Thank you for supporting our mission, helping refugees and children. I do want to thank GCS for putting this on. This is a great event and a complex event, and thanks for including us in this and helping us talk about our acquisition forecasts and telling the ORR story to our industry partners. So I will, whatever time is left, we'll leave it up for questions so that you can come up and use the mic and ask us questions at the end. Hopefully I won't talk so long that I don't allow that time. So that's the goal. And then kind of the elephant in the room might be, for some of you who might saw me last week, I did not have these bandages on my head, but I do now. And I would like to say that I was defending a helpless person against two aggressors, and you should see them. However, that is not the case. I was walking on a sidewalk and ran into a guy line coming off a phone pole, so got to be careful, even walking on sidewalks. And so 9 stitches later, and here I am. But I didn't want you to be staring at going, what is that on his head? So now you know. So we're going to talk a little bit about the contracting opportunities. If you could go to the next slide. And this is just a snapshot of some of the current contracts that ORR is pursuing. It's kind of grouped into 3 different buckets. The first one is the contracts that are just supporting the operations of ORR. And mission support services is a large contract, and that's a lot of the contract support that is helping ORR accomplish its mission, doing what we do. And then there's a series of refugee program contracts that are supporting our refugee program. And then, of course, there are numerous contracts, they're not all listed here, that are currently supporting the UC program. The one that I'll mention, the one grouping of contracts that I'll mention are our ICFs. As you well know, our shelters are grants-based, but our ICFs are contractor-operated facilities. And we have currently 3 ICFs that are in operation. We have the Pecos and Dimmitt Children's Centers, and those are under the IDIQ through the Department of the Interior. And then we have the Greensboro ICF that is through GCS. And we'll be talking about that in a little bit further. Next slide, please. All right, so this is a slide. I imagine you've seen these acquisition forecasts already. And I'll just give you a chance. I'm not going to talk about all of these. I'm going to talk about some of them. And then I'm going to phone a friend and have Jason actually talk about just a few of the contracts that we planned procurements to support the refugee program. So I am not going to read through all of these, but just to highlight a few of them. The special population continuum of care. This is kind of a special one for ORR. And this is what we're seeking is a regional-based continuum of care to meet the needs of our special populations. And these include secure care, diagnostic center, psychiatric residential treatment facilities, residential treatment center, therapeutic group home, and staff secure care. And the concept is that this continuum of care is that each contractor would provide this entire continuum for all of those populations as the needs of the people, of the children are required. The next one I'm going to cover is the direct care, the wraparound services at our Greensboro, as our Greensboro ICF in Greensboro, North Carolina. Currently, it is a government leased facility that is provided to the contractor to operate the ICF. Currently, it is two separate contracts that run the ICF. There's a direct care services contract and a separate facilities management contract. ORR's intent is to combine those services as a wraparound service ICF to be awarded this year, and it'll provide those child care services and all the facility maintenance services to operate the ICF at the government-provided site at the Greensboro Children's Center in North Carolina. The next one is the post-release legal services, and this provides direct legal representation services to kids that are no longer in ORR care. We're planning on doing a multiple IDIQ, and the goal is to expand the market of immigration legal service providers to better serve this population prior to them aging out of the system. And this is looking at a fourth quarter award, and looking forward to seeing proposals for that. Then next one I was going to cover is case coordination. In fact, this is the only one I was going to cover on the outer years. And case coordination is a regional or national-based case coordination program that provides child welfare program recommendations, and particularly areas of safe and timely release, identification of children with special needs, and development of corresponding recommendations and placement recommendations. And we're looking at a December of 2024 award for this, and we're still working on the strategy as this gets closer to the finish line. So those are the ones I was going to cover in little detail, and then Jason, if you want to talk about some of the refugee items.
Up on the screen, you should see two on the FY24 side and one on the FY25 side. So I'll start in 24. They're down towards the bottom there. One is staff support services for the ORR Refugee Resettlement Network. So I described a little bit about how we push funding out on the grant side through states and through local community organizations to provide the frontline client-facing services to our eligible ORR rivals. Sometimes, and this certainly happened during the Afghan influx that we had a couple of years ago, sometimes that network gets overwhelmed. And so this vehicle would be a national level contract for a contractor to provide surge support to our normal network with staffing in certain areas like case management and maybe interpretation, et cetera. So it is a sort of augmentation to our existing funded network. And so that one we hope to have out before the end of this fiscal year. The other one for this fiscal year is small-scale event logistics and language services. This one is, sometimes there's contracts out there that are for big events. You're pulling together hundreds of people for a few days. This is not that, so we tried to label it very specifically. We have a need for like one-day or half-day events where we go into a specific community to engage with either our clients or maybe our local grantee network for some kind of a focused outreach event. But we need a vehicle like this to help us with the logistics, to set that thing up, reserve the appropriate space, staff it as needed, and to get the appropriate language services in that room, which will depend on what kind of clients we're talking to in that engagement. So these things could happen one-day events here or there, anywhere around the country over the course of a year. Not a ton of events. We're thinking maybe about a dozen a year. And then in FY25, on the other side there, maybe 4 or so up from the bottom, you'll see the ORR refugee hotline, refugee assistance hotline. And this one, I described how refugees arrive in a formal process where they are assigned to a local resettlement agency. Once they're assigned and attached to an agency, they will know how to access our services. That's the job of that local grantee. But a lot of people, actually these days, more of our eligible arrivals are coming in through non-refugee pipeline. So they arrive on their own schedule, and they just end up in a community. And so this hotline is intended to be available to those folks who hear that, oh, maybe I'm eligible for something from this federal government or this office ORR, but I don't really know how to tap in. So this is a call center / texting / social media connector, wherein the people answering the phone would be able to guide them and refer them to the services that are appropriate to them in our network.
Thanks, Jason.
You bet.
If we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, next one, please. Okay, so we have 3 breakout sessions for ORR, and one of them there's a time change. I just want to make sure. So this one is the home study, and that one is, you have the details on it, and there's no change to that one. Okay, you can switch the slide, please. Okay, no, this one is the same, so that's correct. I talked about this one, the continuum of care. No, case coordination, that's it. This is the one that changed. Sorry, so this is, May 10th, 11th. Oh, that does have the correct times. So we're good. And was that the third one or the second one? Yep, there you go. Okay, so a couple of things I want to go over still. And by the way, you can put up go back to the slide with the forecast if you could. And we'll just have that up while we're asking questions. I want to go over one other thing, because we're going to go after this and we're going to go out into the room, and if anybody wants to talk to any of the requirement staff or program staff that are here, we're going to be in one of the back rooms. But I just want to point out some of my staff that's here from the Acquisition Requirements Division in ORR. So if you're from the art team, if you could stand up, please. And we have Deb Doyle, who's an Associate Director. Rosemary Ormsby is another Associate Director. Dave Warnock, who is one of our team leads for our IT side. Frank Vigas is with us, another team lead. Of course, Jung Kim is one of our team leads. Tony Canales, one of our team leads. Patrice Collins, you're here somewhere. There you are, Patrice. Patrice is a program integrator on the team. Brittany Vanderhoof, she is a program manager on the team. And Winston Glover is one of our newest cores, if not our newest core, but a long career in the government besides that. And so this is the art team members that'll be in the back helping you answer any questions that you didn't get a chance to ask here. So thank you, folks, for standing. And so you've been patient, and I know you're waiting to go to lunch. We've got 15 minutes for questions, unless I miscalculated on the times. Rob, we still have 15 minutes, right? Okay, good, thanks. So who's first? Any questions? If you could just come to the mics, I think that's probably the best way to do it. I think the gal in the stripes, I think you were actually the first person to stand up in the sweater. No, that's the, yes, you. You were quick to stand up, and you were the first person I saw, so I figured you should get first shot.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm not really tall, so it's amazing that someone saw me.
Does that not go down?
It's about as far as it goes down. So I'm with Sandy Abbott with Horse Technology Solutions. We've worked with CBP, and I know the people at CBP that have been working actually with the Afghan refugee initiative when the U.S. pulled out and they were overwhelmed. So the question I have is, how do you guys integrate both from a systems perspective, and I spent 36 years in the federal government, so I know how crazy this question is. How do you guys integrate from a system/data perspective with some of the data that DHS may have? And is that facilitated right now through an IT solution, or is it more people just reaching out to people, et cetera?
I think I'm going to lean towards Kevin to take first stab at that. I don't know if this is a Jason question or a Kevin question.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll start. I can be very technical, literal, and then you can be more broader. So on the technical, literal side, like the UC program, we use an XML-based exchange to actually do the messaging back and forth. There's plans to move to an API-based one, but right now it's actually like a payload that's delivered through email, which, yeah, not the best solution. Saw some cringes, so thank you. But it's automated and ingested into a system. So it is a fully automated process. The long term, we do plan to do an API. When we acknowledge that we do two acknowledgments back to Customs and Border Protection. One is we acknowledge we received the request or the referral. So that's part one, like, hey, we got your note, and then part two is we send one when we actually place the child. Just a little bit of the business side of the UC program. We don't actually, so CBP is responsible for getting the child to our facility, right? So we have 300-ish unaccompanied children facilities across the United States, and so they're responsible for actually getting them over to us, but that's how that exchange is. There's several other data use agreement-based exchanges. We also provide them daily updates about just overall volume, so in the event of an influx, they're aware of kind of what our status is, so kind of aggregate statistics as well, which they then feed into pipelines that build dashboards for the Secretary of Homeland Services.
Right. Thank you very much.
Or Homeland Security, sorry. Jason, did you want to add?
If that's all you need, Sandy, we'll just keep rolling. But if you just needed the technical stuff, but if you need any of the other context about how we work with interagency partners, happy to work on that too. I can give you a little info on that.
I can later because there's other people and I don't want to take their time.
Was it Sandy, by the way?
Yes.
Thank you, Sandy. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey. Good afternoon. Thank you again for a fantastic session. My name is Maga Devan. I am a partner at Intellimetrics. We are a data analytics consulting firm, and we have had the privilege of actually supporting the ORR UAC path case management system, partnering with Deloitte a few years back, 3 years back. Again, I'm going to keep Kevin busy. Two questions, Kevin. The first is, have you been looking at possible generative AI solution for some of your service areas? And the second question is, how do we engage with your office on specifically on the child welfare research data analytics opportunity? It says new. We haven't seen it come through yet. We just wanted to understand if there is any game plan on the market research when it is scheduled to be released. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. So I guess so the first one I'll handle more literally for the unaccompanied children ORR session. So we are looking at piloting So back to Sandy's question about how we exchange with CBP. Some of the information that we receive is in kind of written text, and we wanted one thing that we're kind of piloting right now is using generative AI to validate some of our data. So there's like flag fields, things like, is this child sick, yes or no, that we actually need to, we're parsing using generative AI to flag and say, is this actually accurate? So for example, if a narrative says, the flag field says, no, this child is not sick, but the narrative says, like, this child has chicken pox, that would automatically say there's something wrong here. And so it's in pilot. It has not gone into production, but that's one area that we want to kind of use AI as a potential opportunity to make sure we're double verifying things. Our approach more broadly with ACF, given the sensitive kind of nature of a lot of our programs, is AI should not be making any decisions at all. It should be used for validation and kind of augmentation of human intelligence. The human is vitally important in all the loops that we provide, and we're looking very seriously at the OMB memorandum on rights impacting, safety impacting. I think that's actually a fairly good construction about how we need to be careful about AI. On your second question on kind of data analytics, so there's been past contracts for surge support related to data analytics. ORR is investing in in-house capacity for surge support. At the ACF level, we also issued a competitively awarded contract last fiscal year for surge support that ORR does utilize as part of being, in the big ACF family. And in FY20, let's see, not 25, FY26, we will be issuing a larger data surge support contract task order on a competitively awarded BPA that's being issued this fiscal year. So look for data analytics opportunities this fiscal year that will then be utilized 2 fiscal years from now.
Thanks, Kevin. Quick follow-up. The pilot, is it being done in-house, the generative AI solution to verify, or are you seeking industry support for that?
We're using it with an existing industry partner. Yeah, good question.
Thank you.
My question was, I was going to ask, good afternoon, Shanan Abu Shakra from CoPlus. My question was in regard to the data analytics opportunities up there that Kevin addressed in the second question was asked. But based on your answer, you did say that there is just to confirm, there's a BPA is going to be issued out this year for the data analytics that will be used in 2 years?
Yeah, so my understanding, it's not ran by my office, it's ran by the Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation, but they're issuing a larger, it might not be a BPA, so yeah, you might have called me on a fact that I wasn't, but it's a vehicle that will have data analytics surge support in it, and it will also have elements of governance too. Okay. So if you're looking for that opportunity, I think it's under the Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation.
Planning and Research. Thank you.
And there's also, I don't think this is the same action, but the UC program, Child Welfare Research and Data Analytics, is a action that we're currently pursuing right now.
Yeah, that's a discrete action even from that one. Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, my name is Jace Norton from Maya Bridge Language Services. We're part of Team LIS, and my question has to do with Mayan languages. Over the last 10 months, the data that we've seen from ORR regarding unaccompanied children, there were over 300 UCs that had an unspecified language. Does ORR have a plan of action to address that specific issue, to be able to provide additional training to caseworkers, but also to integrate the technology systems that you already have to have language recognition and language identification platforms so that we can reduce those numbers?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, unless somebody has an answer to it. Or
so we are seeing actually pretty large population of non-Latin American children coming through Africa, through Haiti. And so we are identifying those. We have, a certain team that works on the cultural aspects and another one that will work on the language. We are working through some of those language services to try to get those translators. And we are also identifying staff that are going actually to the regions that speak the languages. So we are working on that. It is slow. But we are working on trying to identify those languages because we are getting larger populations of non-Latin American children. I don't know if that answered your question, but I don't have the data, but in terms of the analytics. But.
And I guess just as a follow-up, my understanding is that these children are being processed and the initial identification happens on the side of DHS, or at least potentially. And so my follow-up would be, is there a cross-collaboration between ACF and partners at DHS to have a better system in place to identify language so that we can provide from the get-go equitable access instead of having those kids have to wait additional time as we try to figure out what language they speak? Wondering if there's collaboration that happens or if there's any plan to improve that.
So the way that it's managed right now is there's not really any kind of differentiation of the language. So we don't have certain programs that address certain languages. They are literally put into the network and then they're addressed as they're there. We have talked about working on a specific area where maybe Haitian children will go to a certain area. That way we have more population of staff that can address those issues. But no, typically when they come in, there's not a differentiation in terms of language. But we are notified of that information.
So I think we have time for one more question. We have 2 minutes left.
All right, I'll go quick. My name is Slava Katz with Lis Solutions. I had these 2 perfectly crafted questions, and Sandy asked them already. So I'm sort of thinking on my feet here. And the question really is, you've got a lot of either recompetes or new procurements. Some of them we've already seen as RFIs. Yesterday we had a long discussion about RFIs and what happens after they're submitted, how they're evaluated. Can the panel comment on what you look for in RFIs, how you review them at that stage, and how that informs the procurement that ultimately gets out? Thanks.
I think I'll take that one. So your question is, if I understand it correctly, how are we taking the responses to the RFIs and processing those? Is that the question? What are we doing with your responses?
What do you do with it, but more so really from a program side, how do you review them and what do you look for in the information that's actually submitted? What piques your interest? How does that inform the ultimate RFP?
Well, it certainly, we look for, it depends on what the question was asked that we put out to industry for response to. So of course we look at it and does it address the question that we asked, and sometimes it doesn't, but normally it would. It goes through our contracting partners first, and they triage it, then they bring it over to the program office, and then we evaluate it for whatever the information, if it's for market research or if it's for trying to make sure that the draft might be complete, to get your input into whatever the action is that we're seeking information to. But we certainly look at every response and try to evaluate it to ultimately end up with the best possible procurement package and contract to meet whatever it is the requirement that we're trying to meet.
And just as a quick follow-up, if we have time, so one of the topics yesterday was, do you see at the RFI stage, do you look for, if it's a small business set-aside, do you look for the full team to be fully baked and address all the requirements if there's a draft PWS or SUE included, or is it something that you're still sort of looking at, kind of holistically looking at the capabilities of the small business to see if they can address the requirements overall?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's market research in deciding whether small businesses can or have the capability to meet the needs. That's different, but it sounds like you're asking more about the proposal stage and whether the the response in the proposal is capable, and so obviously we're going to look at that proposal and find out, make a determination of whether the company is capable of meeting the requirement. But we are absolutely out of time at this point. I thank everybody for listening so carefully, and to all my fellow panel members, thank you very much for participating today. Thank you.
We appreciate all of them sharing their knowledge and the future opportunities. Hope you all take your notes. And just a reminder, as we go to lunch, they will be in rooms F1 and F2 to our left for further conversations. I know we had some conversations that we can keep going, so we want to make sure that we know even though we got to keep the schedule going, you can still have those conversations, and they will be located over there. All right. So welcome back from lunch. I am personally excited about this next panel because sometimes in small business you get questions about other agencies or other processes or other contracts, and you understand how to navigate that from your perspective and your agency. I remember my time at the VA understanding, setting up those larger contracts or IDIQ contracts, and you see that also with HHS ACF. And so trying to figure out, what that process looks like for other agencies, and when we order off of mass schedules such as GSA. And so the next panel is called GSA in the Mix, because GSA offers a lot of opportunities for not only small businesses, but also for agencies to utilize their resources. And so the next two people I'm bringing up are going to be able to talk about kind of GSA in the mix and where they fit throughout the process, whether you are a small, large business schedule holder, non-schedule holder, and on the government side. If you can help me in joining to the stage, we have Cassandra Spann, who is the Customer Service Director, Nate Jordan, who's the Branch Chief of Health, Social Services, and General Science Accounts, and David Park from the National Accounts Manager. Please join me in welcoming to the stage. And so the structure of this is I'm going to get us our Q&A. I'm going to let them, introduce themselves, give a little bit about themselves, and then I'm going to start with question and answering. I have some, but we're going to open it up for your questions and for the internet. And if there are no questions, then I have plenty more to keep this conversation going. So don't you worry. So I'll let you, anything you want to add to your introductions? Nope. Jump right in. Okay. All right. So we'll start this off with something simple and easy. Walk us through what's the process of getting on the schedule. So I'm a small business, and I'm saying, hey, you know what? I have a little bit of past performance, and I think my skill sets are good enough. My next goes aligned with being on a positional schedule and its availability to get on the schedule. What is the process for actually getting on the schedule?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cassandra Spann. I am a CSD, or Customer Service Director, and prior to being in this position, I was a contracting officer that worked on the mass schedule. There are a couple of things to keep in mind when trying to obtain a GSA contract. The first step would be to decide if mass is the best fit for your business. One of our GSA websites has something called the Pathway to Success training, and it's so important to take that training so that you can evaluate whether or not doing business with government is going to work for you. The second step would be to complete something called a readiness assessment. That assessment also is an indicator to let you know this is what the government needs. This is how we do business, and you can decide, once again, whether or not it is the best fit for your business. I highly recommend, thank you, that you read the solicitation carefully. Now, I understand that that document is very voluminous. It can be intimidating to read perhaps an 80-page document. But it is the contract once your offer is awarded. So it's very important to know what's in that document from beginning to end. The fourth step would be to review something called a new offer checklist. The reason why the checklist is so important is because it can determine whether or not your offer is rejected or you move on to the next phase of negotiations. So very important to make sure that every document or every piece of information that's in the new offer checklist is addressed. Fifth step would be to complete all required registrations. So since you're already small businesses, I would conclude that you already have a SAM registration, and you also have to get something called a unique identifier, or UEI, to do business with the government. And lastly, submit your offer.
Awesome. Sounds simple enough. Sounds simple enough. And actually, you answered another question in there, because I was going to ask, what are some frequent challenges with being a schedule? But being that you gave us the steps, I'm sure some of those steps are potential hang-up processes. So another thing that I hear from small businesses is like, oh, I have this wonderful vehicle. I've got my GSA schedule. We've been on there for about 3 years, but no one's using my schedule. And so what are some ways that small businesses and large businesses can maximize their schedule being utilized?
Hey guys, I'll take a whack at that one. So, I mean, I think the biggest challenge is really getting your name out there. And the best way to do that, and I think this was a theme through earlier presentations, is through responding to RFIs. I mean, that's huge. All of these requiring offices, they're going to submit RFIs to determine how they're going to move forward with that specific acquisition. That's going to make the decision, is it going to be a small business set-aside of some sort? Is it going to go full and open? Are we going to look at, you know, a GSA vehicle such as MASS or a GWAC? So responding to those RFIs are critical. And I know that's easy for me to sit up here and say that, because it's a lot of time and energy and resources and money, and you respond and then you don't hear anything back and you don't win any awards. But it's that constant push of responding. And when you respond, you really need to respond with what the government is asking for, or at least what you think they're asking for, right? You review that specific document, PWS, SUR, SAO, and you make sure you're answering the questions that are there. I've reviewed thousands of RFIs in my day. I was previously a contracting officer, and I'd work with the program office, and we'd review these RFIs, and we'd say, okay, well, we asked for X, and industry provided Y and Z. I get it, like I said, the time and energy and resources, but a capability document or a website doesn't answer if you can meet the requirement that's in front of you. And the only way for the government to then isolate a specific requirement to X is if they have responses that are going to say, yeah, they're capable of doing it. So I think the biggest thing is RFIs, responding. The other I guess, way to get noticed and get contracts potentially as a subcontractor. It's usually easier to get in as a sub as opposed to a prime, especially if you're new. You don't have that past performance information that you need. So it's really hounding those prime vendors, those large businesses, or even the smalls that may get the award, and trying to partner with them. GSA has a lot of resources specifically where you can reach out to small business, to SBA. How can I partner with somebody to successfully get on contract? So those are a few things that I would recommend from the small business perspective, or even a new vendor that's coming into the kind of the GSA landscape.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Okay. I like to speak from a vendor who just got awarded their GSA contract. And it's very important that you participate in industry days like today. I would conclude that you already have a business plan. Getting a GSA contract is another tool, is another part of your business plan. So we would encourage you to continue to focus on your efforts, promote your strengths. Once you're awarded a contract, you do have the ability to put your products and services on GSA Advantage. All your information that you distribute to your customers, you can use the GSA logo. So that allows you to get some exposure. And keep your website current. Once you're awarded a contract, make sure that you put that contract number on your website so that people, your commercial business, everyone who logs onto your account knows that you do have the option to do business with GSA and you have a contract.
It's interesting you say that, because I thought that I run into that issue a couple of times when I'm doing capability briefings. I will see large businesses or small businesses do their briefings and talk about they have these mass schedules but never provide the contract number. They say they're available, and they even speak about it and they even quote the number in the actual briefing themselves, but never, I'm seeing more and more they actually don't put it on the briefing, and I'm like, we're going to share this briefing with about 200 people, right?
It's important to share that. You worked very hard. I mean, the process can take at least 3 to 6 months to evaluate. And if you work so hard to obtain that schedule number, make sure that people know that you have it.
I completely agree. Now let's change our hats a little bit. So we talked about small businesses, large businesses getting schedules. Now let's talk about agencies. So what services do you provide to agencies? And then we'll start walking through some of those services.
What service do I provide to agencies? Okay. So as the CSD, the services I provide is I can have one-on-one training or group trainings. I offer education, I offer support, knowledge about all GSA contract solutions, market research, acquisition planning, and scope reviews. If you have a customer complaint, a concern of any sort, I'm the person that you can come to ask. If I don't know the answer, I can direct you to the person who can. But I'm here to, and it's a privilege to be able to support the Health and Human Services branch, particularly today, ACF, and the industry partners that support them.
So what does that market research look like? Because I remember Vincent Grant talked about how sometimes the agency could post it or GSA could post it. So can you walk us through, like, just the process of, how does that happen? So I'm a CO, and I'm saying, hey, I have a need, and how do we make sure that the responses go to the right person?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So traditionally RFIs from government perspective, you're seeing on SAM.gov, previously FedBizOps, then SAM. A few years back, GSA developed what we call market research as a service, and it's MRAS for short. So basically, government has a requirement. We want to do an RFI on. You come to Cassandra or myself or one of the other CSD members, and you say, this is what I'm looking for. Today I have a SU, a SAO, PWS. I think I know the NAICS code. I have an idea of who I want to look at. I'm not sure the landscape, though. I don't know if there's more larges or more smalls. I don't know what vehicles I really want to look at and target. So the tool that GSA created, it's supposed to make things easier for government and for the vendor communities. So you come to us, we have a discussion. There's a website we go to where we actually build this RFI, and part of that is there's requirements documents. There's some simple information as far as, when do we expect the solicitation, what's the planned award date, things of that nature. Also, what is the targeted NAICS if we have one? And then the biggest thing in my mind are those technical questions. So we like to ask kind of straight discriminator questions, yes or no. Can you meet this statement of work? Because the last thing we want to do is really waste anybody's time. We don't want to waste the government's time by having to read through, 30 responses if automatically you can see that half of these responses said, no, I can't do it. And also, we don't want to waste the vendor community time. If you're seeing this and you're responding to an RFI and you can't do it, but you want to provide a response because you want to have your name be out there and be seen, well, you could provide a response and you hit yes or no to certain things, and then it's kind of like a quick and dirty move on. We also have short answers and then more of the long-winded technical responses as part of it. So all of that gets compiled into this website. A link gets sent to you, the customer, and you review it to make sure it looks good. If you're good with it, it gets posted through GSA's eBuy. So it gets blasted on eBuy. Any vendor who has the specific requirements that we're kind of targeting will get an alert that says, hey, this RFI is out there. And the goal of the GSA community is that vendors respond to these things. I mean, part of when we look at their option periods to be renewed, we're looking to see, are they active vendors in the GSA community? So that's why it's important for the vendors, as well as we want to get responses to that government. One of the, I guess, really good things about the GSA model is after the RFI closes, a report is generated, and that report comes to the customer, and it's going to tell you, here's an executive summary landscape. Here's the vehicles that these vendors are saying they have. Here's the vehicle that they say they should you, the government, should target. Here's a NAICS code, here's a SIN, here's a GWAC. All of that stuff is right there, as well as it tells you what are the size standards of these companies. And then you see all the questions and answers, and then there's a website for the additional capability document that's going to have those kind of the real meat of the requirement, if you will. So it's a tool that's linked to eBuy, very similar to a SAM.gov RFI posting. It's just GSA does a lot of the work for you to make it easier to read and understand at the end of the day.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And it makes me think about another question to kind of put into the questions together. Now, we talked about applying, but say if I'm new to the federal space and I want to apply, but I'm nervous, and I want to maybe do training or mentorship, or are there resources for businesses to do their research or to learn how to navigate getting on the schedule even before applying? Like, because again, like you spoke about, time value of money, and it's a lot of energy, a lot of applying. You should be proud of it. So it's obviously something to honor, to be proud of. So with that said, how can I know if I'm even ready, or how can I get that mentorship to figure out how to navigate that space?
I can take that. I have a two-part answer to that. Number one, there's a QR code on the screen, which is a link to my information and various resources. One of them includes a GSA page that is the roadmap for acquiring a new contract. So I highly encourage you to take a picture of the code and go to the links, and it'll be a very good support to you for that. Second of all, what's the second part again about?
Is it a mentor program? Is it like a mentor program?
I'm going to answer that question.
Yeah, I know mentor protege is thrown out. GSA works very closely with SBA to kind of better equip vendors who want to potentially get on schedule, right? The last thing you want to do is spend 6 months to get a contract that you're not going to really want to use. And again, all the time and money it costs to get that contract. So you can have these discussions. There are resources within GSA where we can talk to small business representatives and find out if it makes sense for you. The resource page that Cassandra had mentioned is huge, because if GSA has, GSA has a lot of things. Resources is one that we have a lot of. So even just checking the QR code, Googling GSA resources, you can find out all about what exists and if it's worth kind of getting on contract or going through the process to get on contract.
Okay, and one more thing. Even though I referenced the code, you can also have a conversation. We can have a conversation. So you can talk to a person. So make sure that you reach out to me, and we can schedule a meeting and have a conversation about the things that you're seeing on these resources. Because I understand GSA has a lot of information. There's a couple of different ways to do things, but sometimes it's good to actually talk to a person to help you guide through making this decision and knowing what the next steps are. So I don't want to just send you to a website and think that, that's going to answer all your questions. Once you go to those websites, and if you do have any questions, you can feel free to contact me.
That's huge. She's just making herself. I just want to let you know she's making herself available. So take that to heart. And so I wanna. So we mentioned this indirectly, but I want you to hear it. So say if I'm on GSA and I have a GSA contract, and we talked about me marketing my contract and making sure that I'm telling telling my partners that it's out there and letting people know that they can utilize it. But how does GSA monitor their utilization of their contracts? And if a contract is not being utilized, is there a shelf life? Can you talk about that process?
There actually is. Small businesses have 2 years to acquire a minimum sales of $25,000. So after the 2-year mark, the contracting office will review all those contractors who haven't met the minimum sales requirement. And at that time, a decision will be made to either you submit a business plan to let us know how you plan on moving forward, or the contract can potentially be canceled. So there is a shelf life.
So 2 years and $25,000.
$25,000 minimum sales.
Learn something new today. All right, so I'm opening it up. Does anybody have any questions from the floor or anything from online? Oh, y'all making this. Oh, there we go. I was about to say, y'all gonna make this easy? There we go. All right. I see nothing from online, but go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Madhu Nair from Menden Group. My question is about Ascend, the upcoming BPA that you guys are planning on doing. Are you allowed to answer those questions or no?
I'm not familiar with it.
Depends on the question.
No questions on Ascend?
Ask.
No, it depends.
No, ask. Yeah, ask. Yeah.
I don't know your question.
We can defer if we can't answer it. Go ahead, ask.
So we noticed that the Pool 1 RFI, or whatever you want to call it, that's out right now, suggests that only people on a GSA schedule can respond to it. Now, Pool 1 happens to be something that we don't do, so it's okay. But for Pool 2, which we do, are you going to make that into another GSA schedule holders only issue? Because if that's the case, we are then out of it even before it comes out. Same thing for Pool 3. Is there a way to make sure that people who are not in a GSA schedule have an opportunity for that? Because again, that could become the vehicle that you guys use for the future, and cloud technology is literally what we do, and that's the future. And we want to make sure that we're not out of the marketplace before the race starts.
If you want, just give me your business card so I can follow up on that for you, because I'm actually not aware for Pool 2 and Pool 3, but I can definitely find out.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Answer's an answer. All right, go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Derek Collins. I sell educational products, curriculum, financial literacy, social emotional learning curriculum for children and families. My question is, what are some key things that you are looking for in capability statements?
When looking for a GSA contract, correct?
Yes.
A mass contract? Okay.
I would say that would depend on the contracting office. So I just want to make a distinction. Sometimes there's a difference between the mass program and the contracting officers that work to award those contracts, and then we have the GCS for ACF, for instance, that usually issues the RFI. So when those agencies issue the RFIs, they will list in the SOW what the requirements are.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Enette Evans with GME Enterprises. We do risk management, operations management, and business advisory services. I have a question when it comes to the GSA and SIN categories. We actually had another small business who does IT reach out to us because they wanted to partner because we were on the GSA schedule and they had seen an opportunity. But because the opportunity that they saw didn't fall under one of our SIN categories, we actually weren't even able to access it on the GSA site. When I typed in the RFQ number, it was like, this isn't something you can even look at because this isn't one of your categories. And I was wondering if there's any type of workaround when it comes to that. Like, for instance, if it was just something on sam.gov and they asked for, a specific set-aside, you could partner with someone to meet that qualification. But on the GSA side, I'm not sure if there's anything that's equivalent to that. So I was just wondering.
Yeah, I think so. You're only going to get alerted to requirements that fall within those SIN categories that you have, to your point. You can still access them, and it's beneficial to do so, like you're saying. That way you could potentially sub, or you could partner, or whatnot, or you could then find a GSA mass holder who has that SIN, and you could say, I can help with you. The challenge you run into is specific SINs have specific labor categories. They have specific work that can be done under them. And that SIN holder has to have access to those in order to submit a proposal. So even, or a quote, so even if you said, hey, let's partner up, I'm going to use all my stuff, and then we'll work together and we'll get it. If the vendor whose mass contract fits that SIN doesn't have those LCATs or those supplies or services or whatever that you need, you're not going to be able to get them anyways. So there's a couple of different ways. One, if you know an RFQ is out there, I mean, you could just ask. You can ask Cassandra, you can ask myself, hey, can I get a copy of this, especially if it's in the RFI phase. The other piece of it is if you're a schedule holder and you already have an existing contract and now you're just trying to modify to get an additional SIN or to get labor categories or whatnot, again, the process could still be cumbersome, can take some time. If it's IT specific, which I think this is part of the discussion, then we do have a fast lane process. GSA fast lane is what it's called, and basically they can turn modifications around in 24 to 48 hours. That's best case scenario. Does it always happen? I'm not sure. And there are specific requirements that have to be met, but it's all spelled out on what you need in order to go through this fast lane process.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, we had a question online. It was, is there a way to work with GSA if you aren't a schedule holder? So you're a small business, you're not a schedule holder, but they want some help. Maybe they want to be in the future.
The short answer is yes. Yeah.
Can you tag on to that? What services do you offer small businesses that are not on schedule?
Yeah. So I think Cassandra and myself and David are very similar in this. If you reach out to us, we're going to answer your questions. I mean, that's if you're a mass holder or if you're not a mass holder, or if you're an OASIS holder or a GWAC holder. If you have questions that are GSA specific and we can answer them, we will answer them. If we don't have the answers, we're still going to send you to the resources page. We'll still find someone who can potentially address those for you, because we want to grow the schedule. We want to grow the holders. We want vendors who aren't there today to participate, because again, that's more competition for government as a whole. So yeah, we don't. I don't treat a vendor differently if they're a mass schedule holder or a non-holder.
Real quick before we jump, I want to make sure that we all understand. Now, does everyone on here understand what the acronyms use? Does everybody understand what a MAS is, OASIS? Everybody understand? I don't want to make that assumption. So now we have some businesses. Okay, all right. Okay, see nods. Okay, awesome. Go ahead.
Hi, Hannah Lorenzo with Teneo Linguistics Company. We're a provider of foreign language services, including bilingual staffing and similar. I have one comment and one question. The comment is when we scan the QR code, it asks us to ask permission to access it. It's not an open link. You know that, right? Okay. So my question is about what you just said, Nate, about the fast lane process. So we are a contractor who needed to quickly add a couple of labor categories to our GSA schedule contract. We were advised to ask the contract officer on the opportunity to please email the GSA contact and tell them this is for this contract, this is why it's urgent. They had done so, and this is now about 238 days later, and we're still not done. The mod was approved. Now we're still wrestling with updating terms and conditions. They're wanting us to take off things that were awarded 10 years ago. So my question is this: is that the fast lane process that you're talking about, or is there a different process?
There's a new fast lane process. We just
that I might not be aware of, in which case I do want to know what that is.
No, so I hope that's not the fast lane process. And I understand the frustration. I mean, that's crazy that it would take that long to do anything, right? But I think the dates that people, so one, I think we're talking about separate things, but two, when we say, hey, 3 to 6 months it might take, or 30 days, or whatever, throw any day out there, 24 to 48 hours, that is in a perfect situation where a proposal comes from the vendor community and it's exactly what GSA needs to approve it. So things get lost in translation. Communication breakdowns 245 days is still completely unacceptable. But we need an adequate proposal that comes in that we can evaluate, that we can use to do a modification or whatnot. If GSA responds back and asks for additional information, or hey, we need this or we need that, hopefully a timely response comes back. Now it's not just a one-way street. We need to be timely as well. So fast lane is very specific. So it's probably not that. Now, like I said, it's only for information technology. But if you have a requirement and it's IT specific, you have an IT SIN under your multiple award schedule, and you say, I need labor categories added, and I meet this criteria that you are, bestowing upon me, well then, yes, it's supposed to be 24 to 48 hours. It's not with the specific GSA CO that you have. It's a completely different entity that works with the GSA CO that you have for your specific contract. So I don't believe we have that on the QR code. I can get it to you. I can grab your card and send you the link. But if you just Google GSA Fast Lane, it'll bring you to the IT category page that's going to show you what is required to qualify for that. And I'd love to say that, this fast lane process is going to be expanded to the other categories that GSA has. It's something that's definitely being discussed, especially from a professional services standpoint. A lot of the business GSA does is IT and professional services. That's where the bulk of the dollars are that get spent via GSA. So professional services is trying to do something similar to this process. It's just not there yet. Yeah. And I apologize that it's taken so long. That's, like I said, that's crazy.
Let us know who it is. We'll find out. Any other questions? Oh, got another?
Good afternoon. My question, I'm Janan Abushakra from CoPlus. My question is regarding a tool that GSA might have in the toolbox regarding, we see opportunities on GSA. They come and go. And, part of getting ready for or as a newcomer, or you want to look at that opportunity, looking at the past draft RFP or, that was posted on GSA, if we have access to that, will help us a lot instead of just waiting for it to come when it's, becomes an RFP. Is there any tool, any application that we can search the previous awards under GSA to get to those RFPs?
So I know for government entities there is. You can gain access to previous RFIs, previous RFQs. From a vendor community perspective, if you have access to eBuy, I believe you can go back in time on eBuy to see what was posted there. But I guess the challenge is, I guess you can't, and then you would need the specifics of it. So outside of asking your industry partner, ACF in this instance, for historical RFQs that were posted, because it's their requirement. Now, these are public records, public requirements that are out there. So there should be something, not that I'm aware of. I don't know. Do you guys know? Not
that I'm aware of.
And I can definitely take that back.
Put a request for that since you have it. It's just,
I think it only makes sense, right? Especially if you're trying to find out what organizations have purchased in the past and what do you expect is coming up, and you can see, hey, this requirement was led 3 or 4 years ago. It's a 5-year contract, so a recompete should be coming. It would be nice to be able to see and be able to plan for kind of future. So if I could grab your card as well, I can take that back and see if what GSA has that we could potentially look into, especially if it's GSA specific.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have another question.
Sure.
I just learned recently, and I'm not aware since you guys, Quizmo. Can you talk Quizmo? It says it's something as an offshoot of a GSA. Is that something you know about, or?
You're asking if GSA has their own Qsmo? Is that what
you're? Quizmo. No?
The only one that I'm aware of is, unless I'm only going to talk about HHS specific, like the only Qsmo, that's the way I pronounce it, maybe it's not right, is with their grants Qsmo at HHS. Like that's the one that I'm more familiar with. I can't think about one for us for GSA. I can't think off the top of my head.
That's okay. Somebody mentioned it and said this is GSA, so I thought maybe I'll ask. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll find out for you.
To your point about like GSA tools, like if you've heard of D2D, like that's like a website for, I don't want to say just for GSA and other federal personnel, there's actually a public facing site for vendors. You could actually use that to look at FPDS data and go back in time, maybe like 2021, 2020, and look at the contracts that are awarded then, and then realize that if it's a 5-year base, you could sit there and kind of get ahead of when that contract would expire, so you kind of know maybe you can try to go after that recompete. That would be like the one tool that comes to mind in terms of just kind of data mining, at least off the top of my head.
Yes, those are for contact information, but
Right.
more the question is about the SOWs and PWS to see
Right.
the contracts.
Yeah, that
yes.
one, I'm not aware of it.
Yeah.
But that's like the only thing that came to my mind when you talked about like kind of researching.
Very well, thank you.
Sure.
I'm Anita Allen, a small business specialist here at HHS. Getting back to her question, it's an ongoing question. David, don't worry, I'm not setting you up here.
Oh, I know.
It's an ongoing question. So if something is posted on sam.gov, they can always go into the archives and pull the previous solicitation and see what the statement of work is. GSA doesn't have that ability. And since there's such a huge push to use GSA, OASIS, the mass, if they contact a CO says, do a FOIA, and then they call me, and I don't have it. And it would be nice if, every CO did share the current statement of work, but in fact it doesn't happen. And I think it would be friendlier if those solicitations and draft statements of work or statements of work that are posted on eBuy were readily available for those trying to find the historical information, because the data on FPDS just doesn't provide enough information.
It's true. Yeah, I agree with you. So we'll bring it back.
Thank you, Anita. Any more questions? Any more questions? Anything from the audience or online? Well, awesome. Well, we thank you. Give it up a round of applause. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. All right, feel free to take a 2-minute break before we start our next panel, okay? So we'll see you back at 2:40. All right, so first I want to say thank you each for being on this panel. You were chosen to be on this panel because of your unique perspective and your experience in the small business world. We're looking forward to talking about subcontracting, how to navigate this space, and what does it look like to be successful in this space, and how do we address it from a government point of view. So the first thing I want to jump into is, what are some tips and tricks for navigating the HHS procurement space, and really talk about following up and engaging. Like, how much is too much engaging, or how much is not enough engaging, or should I email you once a week, twice a week? Should I call you? What does that look like?
Oh, okay, great, I guess.
I can answer.
Okay. Yes, Mike has been here for 3 weeks, so he can answer. Yes.
Let's preface that by, I supported this agency at SBA as a PCR for, the better part of 7 years? I supported this agency for the better part of 7 years, so I know what the missions are. I know what they procure. I know a lot about what they do. I work very closely with Anita and several of the other small business specialists. So navigating the procurement space, was that a two-part question, or what was the other part of it?
So what are some tips and tricks for navigating the procurement space, and what does successful follow-up look like? Or what follow-up versus aggravating or following up too much?
Well, if I may, and I don't want to refer to my PCR experience too much because I'm here now, but when I would talk to a lot of small businesses on a regular basis, they would constantly tell me, well, when I talk to the contracting officer, they get kind of angry, then I get blackballed. And you know what I tell them? I tell them, who cares? They have a duty, in my opinion, they have a duty to respond to you. But I also tell them, you shouldn't really be going directly to the contracting officer, even though you're responding to the SAM requirements or looking at the forecast. You should be really engaging with your small business specialists. That's who I would recommend that you engage with, and engage with them quite often if you can. Once again, I don't care if you call me. I mean, someone else might have a different opinion, but I'd rather you call me, because it's my duty to provide you with the best service that I can. But it's been said earlier, you need to know your customer, you need to know their requirements, you need to know everything about what you're calling for instead of just cold calling. I can do a white paper for you because I know some of some of what you need. You need to know what's on the forecast. You need to know what the requirements that are coming down the pike, and then have that conversation with the small business specialist, and then on to the contracting staff and the program staff from there.
Okay, I'll just add, I always say small businesses, act like you want to date us. You wouldn't go on a date, hopefully, without getting information about the person. Where's your favorite color? What size shoe you wear, maybe if you got that far. But learn how to date the agency you're interested in procuring opportunities with, because that will assist you in building relationships with the individuals that you are wanting to make contact with. Many people think, hey, I'm going to send an email, they're going to respond. Sometimes, we get email overload, and sometimes we may not respond. But have you tried maybe sending them a message on LinkedIn? Less intrusive. Hey, I saw you at the ACF event. Is there any opportunity that I can potentially meet one-on-one with you? Maybe 15 minutes, because 30 minutes may sound like a lot of time for some people. Maybe we can just have a 15-minute conversation so I can kind of get to know you and kind of some of the needs that you need, some of the needs that you have. So kind of working on getting to know us, participating in the industry day events, just maybe participating in, any kind of NCMA event. Some of our opt-ins are closely aligned with some of our HHS operating divisions. So participating in those events is kind of a less formal way to kind of build those relationships with some of the individuals that you're looking to have conversations with.
Yeah, I'll just add to that as well. Really, know your customer, like Mike said, and align your service with the priorities of the HHS operational division that you're going after. Chris did a shout out to Chris on the chart yesterday that Kenyatta was briefing. Great job. You're all going to have access to the charts. All the hyperlinks to the 21 program offices that ACF supports. You just click on them, right? Get to know them, right? ORR's here. You're going to hear some more briefings tomorrow. But go in there, see what's going on. And then the other thing is, again, and this is kind of off topic, but respond to those RFIs. Respond to the sources sought notices. And don't just respond. Put meaningful information. They're asking questions. Answer the questions. Show the past performance, whether it's commercial or, government. Please, talk to the points that the government's asking on that. That's your chance, that's your window to let them know who you are. They are reading this, so you ask, how do I get to them? That's how you get to them, right? As far as the follow-up, totally off topic again, as far as the follow-up, to Mike's point, that's my job, right, to call me. But do I want you to call me every day? Not really. But if you have to, please. If you're like, hey, I want to know something, what's up with this? And most of you know, I've talked to a lot of you here. If an RFI closes, let's just say it closed last Friday at 4 o'clock, and some of you have actually done this at like 4:30. What's the status? Are you serious? Or Monday, 8 a.m. What's going on? Come on, really. So what I would say is 3 weeks. 3 weeks is a good window, 21 days. You know the point of contact. If you don't reach out to me, all the forecasts indicate like a point of contact. To them, copy me. They will respond, right? Everybody here was very impressed yesterday, if you all were here. A shout out to the ACF team here. I work very closely. There's my family there. Some of them are in the back, and most of them. Seriously, we got a shout out because I work very closely with the acquisition team here. John and Bill, the directors, right? It was ad hoc, I believe, right? Raise your hand. She was having an issue where she said, actually, the sources thought, I think, said, don't call us. I love it. Or don't ask questions. John and Bill and myself were right over until you said you were a large business. I said, get out of here. But basically, no, actually, they were small. They grew to large. And then I work well with large business because guess what? You saw me connecting. Mary, I came over to you. We're connecting, right? I made you all stand up. But the bottom line, bringing it back to these guys, we're here to help you, right? We're gonna get you the right contact. So again, shout out to the family there, and go for the next question if you want.
Well, I like it because you're talking about a great segue to my next question. So we know that there's a challenging culture in the federal government with the interaction with small businesses. A lot of them say, oh, yeah, we seem like we're available, or we do the dog and pony show, but are we really available? Are we really advocating? So what are some key things that you do on an individual basis to really advocate for small businesses?
great. I guess I'll go. So I participate in many of these events, and I give my card out. I say, please contact me if you have any questions, concerns, and I can honestly say I may get one or two small businesses that actually follow up and say, hey, I would like to meet with you. And I'm here to advocate for you. So if I don't know kind of what your company does, I'm working alongside my staff here in some of their acquisition planning needs, and I'm trying to understand what capabilities are out there so I can say, oh, okay, yeah, I met with this company last week, and I see that there's a need here, but if you all don't potentially follow up to schedule an appointment, maybe I don't seem friendly, but please follow up is what is important, because we are here to advocate for you. If we don't know what your technical capabilities are, then we cannot advocate for you when we're sitting at the table having conversations with contracts, having conversations with program. That's an important piece for me.
I will tell you this. Earlier, Mr. Jackson and Mr. Wesley, they used their three-letter words or words to describe some of how they approach things. When I was a senior enlisted person in the military and I had a staff working for me, I commonly had written on the board, ECF, engage, communicate, and follow up. So that was very important to me, because if you engage, communicate, and follow up, then I'm going to do the same for you. I'm going to make sure that if you call me, I'm going to put you in touch with the small business specialist, the contract specialist, the program officer. But once again, I want to make sure that you know what you're going after. Those are some of the things that I make sure how I advocate for you. I want to ask if what socioeconomic category you are, what you do in the business. I want to make sure that you're properly registered in SAM. I'm going to go through a whole list of things just to make sure that I know who I'm talking to, and if you're properly vetted for what you need to do, so that once I get all that information, I can digest it and give it to the contract specialists, especially when I get something to review that they're most likely saying that they're going to go full and open. I can say, well, hold the horses. I know this small business because of that conversation that I had with you. I know your NAICS code. I know what you do because I've gripped and grinned with you, had a conversation with you. So I'm advocating for you on a regular basis. I did that as a PCR, and that's my intention coming over here.
So I like what you said about, getting to know the business, getting to know the small business or the large business for potential opportunities. But what's your vetting process?
What's my vetting process?
Yes.
Well,
so I'm a small business, and I come to you and I say, hey, I'll be a little facetious. I'm going to say, hey, I want a government contract. So how do you take that conversation and vet me to actually be prepared to meet the program people that I need to meet?
Okay, so first off, once again, I go back to the original line of questions, if I could put it that way.
Yeah.
I'll ask you what you do, obviously. I'll say, okay, well, what are your NAICS codes? Actually, if I ask you what you do, sometimes I'll pretty much know what NAICS codes you are, especially 541611. Is that a pretty common one right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I know that information, I can make sure that I know exactly what you do. I'll ask you if you've had contracts in that area, what agencies you've had contracts with, what type of past performance you've had. We talked about past performance earlier. It's not just federal contracting past performance. I want to know if you've done it for the state, the government, private industry, or whatever, so that we can track that to show the contracting folks that you have significant past performance that we can actually show as a record. And I actually show you how to track that too. So that's kind of my vetting process. There's a lot more than that.
But thank you.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about subcontracting process and the bait and switch. So what are some recommendations to address bait and switch, and what are some if I'm a small business and I'm trying to get my feet wet? So I'm doing subcontracting with a large, and how do I navigate that, or how do I sidestep any pitfalls or address the bait and switch portion of that?
All right, so I'll just start off by saying don't do it, right, the bait and switch. So I've been around long enough, over 28 years, that when I first started, the government 52219-9 went up to 11, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now, guess what? We have 12, 13, 14, and 15. Those are beautiful things, folks, if you don't know. for your small businesses, because guess what that does? If you're going to do the bait and switch, you got to put it in writing. Contracting officer has to bless it. So if you picked a sub that was small, right, you got to go to the contracting officer and you got to tell them, hey, I'm not using them. Okay, so there's those protections there now in 52.219-9, 12, 13, 14, and 15 that really help the prevention of the bait and switch. Because pretty much, other than that, the FAR, in my opinion, is silent on it. But that subcontracting clause does help with that situation. If we're talking specifically to, a large business says, I'm going to use, gray matters, right? And then they're not. So we've come a long way in terms of that clause. So, but overall, it's not a good business practice, and it's just not a good business practice. And industry talks. So if you're that large business doing that, word will get out. So.
Yeah, and I think from our perspective, we're taking a greater approach to subcontracting, specifically oversight and accountability. So we are meeting frequently with our large prime contractors to determine, okay, we hear from you all. They use me for the proposal. They had me write up this little spiel, and then they didn't use me. So, we are getting more instances where small businesses are coming to us directly and identifying the large businesses that they've had issues with as it relates to them not being utilized on the contract. And we're having those direct conversations with the large primes about, hey, this is what we're being told, and this is what the receipts that they're showing based upon what they're telling us. And then we're also taking a next step with CPARS ratings. So we are now working directly with our cores and providing training to them on how they should write up their narratives in the CPARS as it relates to small business utilization. And as we know, if there's something negative in CPARS, people probably will take more greater interest into it. So, we often hear, okay, well, how are you all actually holding them accountable? So the first thing we are trying to do is influence the CPARS performance ratings for some of these large primes as it relates to their small business subcontracting.
Yeah, I just want to add something real quick, too, because this is really important to me. So ever since I came on board to ACF, and I really took over as the operational division small business person in November timeframe, and I also cover half of CMS with Anita Allen, who's here today. Thank you, Anita, for coming. The contracting officers are involving us, right? Like my boss just said, Shelley Thomas and Angela Dokes are doing a great job at the headquarters level small business office in terms of subcontracting and tracking it. ESRS is a requirement for you large businesses. You have to submit, right? You have to do an ISR and an SSR twice a year, SSR once. But bottom line is we're tracking those numbers. And so they're bringing me in as well. And they're, I average at least 6 calls a month with the large businesses now and the contracting officer, because they didn't meet their goals. And then those large businesses are reaching out to me privately, and I'm connecting them with some small businesses, and you're all in the house. I know Tina's over there, and Tina, you got a call as a result of one of my calls. So there's some small businesses that have been reached out by larges because they're trying to get to where they need to be in terms of their numbers. So we are tracking it. Shannon also mentioned, my director, this morning about surveillance reviews and teaming up with SBA. So we're doing a better job with tracking those tracking the dollars and making sure that the real numbers tied behind it. I'm sorry, Rahel.
No, that's okay. So interestingly enough, this question was raised about 6 months ago. But the interesting part again is that none of the commercial market representatives had any examples to give. So it doesn't reach us for some reason. But when and if there's any issues with the large primes, one of my main roles as a CMR is to do compliance reviews. So we do compliance reviews with the large primes. We do performance reviews with the large primes, sometimes in person, and at times we just review their ISR and SSR reporting. So for sure, if you have any issues or if you have any large business that you want to be reviewed, definitely I would like to know about it so we can do that review.
Yes. All right, awesome. I love that. So, in the small business arena, a lot of small businesses say, oh, I need to get my 8A. I need to get my 8A. I need to do this. I need to do that, or I won't get the exposure I need. And so can you talk about maybe making sure businesses are ready for the 8A, or should they jump into it the first year, 5th year, 10th year? How should a small business manage the thought process or the idea of getting their 8A?
So I'll take that. So in order to get into the 8A, it's recommended that a small business has already been in the federal space for a little bit, if possible. If not, you have to have you have to get your feet wet first with the ways the contracting is being done. You cannot be brand new. Some businesses, they start out and they go straight to becoming an 8A, and there's really not that much that can be done at that point, because you're going to waste a couple of years just going through the process of trying to become an 8A. Start your process, get with your small business officers at the, usually I can't really say, SBDCs, Small Business Development Centers. They're the ones, if you're just starting out, SBDCs are your place to go. If you've been in the business for a couple of years, the Apex accelerators are a huge help. You need to know your Apex accelerators in your area. Meet with them. They usually go over your capability statement with you. They will review everything with you and kind of guide you in the right space, where to look for opportunities, et cetera, et cetera. So if you also send an email to subcontracting@sba.gov, or if you look up CMR Area 2, Commercial Market Representative Area 2, and get my email, I will also be able to send you information on how to do business with the federal agencies. So there are various tools and resources out there that you can utilize to get in touch with either federal agencies or become a subcontractor to large primes. And I think the subcontracting path is really good, because just last year, the numbers came out for 2023, $86.4 billion were awarded to subcontractors government-wide. So, I mean, it's no joke. There is a lot of opportunities out there. It's mostly your primary gateway into the federal space for the most part. And secondly, it will give you an opportunity to see how the government space works, okay? And more importantly, the federal agencies, they will be able to know who you are, okay? Even though it's through a large prime, you will be able to get that information out there easily.
Can I add to some of what you're saying? How many of you are aware of what subnet is, SBA subnet?
By a show of hands.
Just a few folks. So I would encourage you to just Google SBA subnet, SUBNET, and I believe it's either the first or the second link that's there. You can try them both, but what I want you to do is Google it and look and take a look at it. Go on to SBA subnet, and you'll find a lot of primes that are potentially going to submit a proposal to a solicitation that's there, and you'll see it's pretty common sense. And what they're looking for is for you to get with them to say, hey, I believe that I can support your company in that solicitation, and I would like to partner with you as a subcontractor. That's one way that you can get in subcontract. I don't know if I went off on a tangent there, but all right. Yeah. But check it out. Go to SBA subnet not SBA subnet, not gov, but just Google SBA subnet. I'm mince my words here.
Can I add to that? Yeah. Okay. So DSBS. I hope, how many of people are in DSBS? So all of you should be in DSBS, because that's the main. That's what I learned last week at the Small Business Training Week, the DoD Training Week, is that all agencies, if not all of them, most agencies go to dynamic small business search to look for small businesses. So make sure that your small business is listed with your proper NAICS code with all your subcategories, okay? Another one that you can use is there is a listing of awarded contracts with subcontracting plans on the SBA website. So you can type it in, Directory of Federal Government Prime Contractors. Directory of Federal Government Prime Contractors on the and you can put SBA.gov. It will give you a listing of all contractors that were awarded with subcontracting plans. So you can contact those large primes. You can also see what NAICS code is being awarded to these large primes that you can subcontract to. Last but not least, excuse me.
No, you're fine.
You can go to the large primes website and look for small business vendor link. Small businesses usually say to me, oh, it's just a black hole. It is not. A lot of those companies go to their company database where you have put in all your information. They do their vetting in-house, but then that's how they can reach out to you as well. So make sure that you're accessible. Make sure they can reach out to you. And one last thing, it's just as hard for the government or large primes to find good, mature small businesses, just like it's hard for you guys to find those contracts. So be accessible and be available for when they're trying to reach out to you.
One last thing on the 8A thing. I also recommend that you contact the SBA district office in your area and talk to a business opportunity specialist to have a discussion with them on the process of becoming 8A certified and some of the criteria that you have to meet, some of the eligibilities that you need to have. I think that's a very important conversation. That's probably one of the most baseline things that I would give you in regards to getting 8A certified, in addition to everything else that was given. So I think that's an important one.
Yeah, I mean, I think as an 8A contractor, you have to go in with a plan. I think a lot of 8As, they say, oh my God, I need my 8A, and they think that miraculously the sole source contract is going to drop from the sky. And they spend, many years on business development, but I think that as a small business, you need to lead with your technical capabilities, because if the program manager is interested in you, they are going to ask, well, how can I get to you? And then you say, yes, I have an 8A certification. I'm available on this GSA mass contract. If they're interested, they're going to ask, how can I get to you? So, if you're going into the 5th and 6th year, I think that you should start potentially thinking about maybe mentoring another maybe 8A small business. So when you do graduate, your potential 8A pipeline may not dry up, because we do know that many 8As, when they graduate, they've been dependent upon those sole source awards. And then when they no longer have it, they're like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do now? So I think, once you kind of get in the 5th and 6th year, kind of determining if you could potentially bring a protege under you to potentially pursue 8A opportunities after you even graduate out the program.
Now, we talked a little bit about websites and resources, and I love the conversation, because at the end of the day, you're going to leave here definitely with some more resources and more accessibility. But is everybody registered on SBCX? That can be? All the small business? Are we all registered? Oh, I should see more hands going up. Oh, I'm a little hurt. Christina, would you like to tell us what SBCX is?
You're on mute.
That's good. Yeah, so you want me to talk about the small business customer experience page? Yeah, so like Demetrius said, let me have a show of hands of everybody that's, let me see the show of hands again, if you're on SBCX.
All the way up.
Yeah, so there is, yeah, so if you're not, reach out to me, Christine.Haber at hhs.gov, or Demetrius over here, if you're not familiar with the SBCX site. But literally, you could just Google right now, SBCX, HHS, or HHS, SBCX. Please register. Right, a lot of great information on there. We just added, there's a subcontracting opportunity site for you all to go and try to partner with large business, post your capabilities. We're posting all the different conferences that are going, industry days, so you want to be, aware of what's going on, go to the site. We also list all the operational division small business specialists. So each operational division, Shannon, Jackson, and Ariel have set us up where CMS, for example, I share it with Anita, I have ACF, and there's CDC as a couple others. So you're going to be able to see all the operational division specialists with all the different the agencies that we cover. So please register on SBCX. And the most important thing there is the forecasting, right? So as you heard yesterday, Kenyatta talked about it. ACF, when I first came on board, they were doing the forecasts, once a year. Now we're doing it quarterly. And John and, I know, thank you. And anyway, the ACF team has offered, John and Bill have offered, this week, I think you're going to drop the forecast. Is that correct for ACF? Oh, look at that. Okay. Did it go up yesterday? Friday. Oh, thank you for that. So sorry about that. I'm behind. But it probably went after 5 o'clock now. But it's on sam.gov. They post it, but we also put it on our site, right? And what's that?
It should be.
Okay, it should be. But at any rate, it is on sam.gov, so check that out. But that's another reason you want to be up and on the SBCX website, because the forecasts for all the operational divisions are posted there. Thank you.
So we all know we have small business goals, and we're trying to get these small businesses trying to get in the door as much as possible. So how can small businesses be a part of your market research process, or what is your market research process, and how does that incorporate making sure that a fair playing field?
Well, if you think about like the event today, we're having an industry day. and several other industry days that are going to be planned. If I get out and meet with you as a small business specialist, and I understand what your company is, what you do, what NAICS codes you provide services under, then I can take that information back to the contracting officer and say, hey, in acquisition planning, here's a bunch of companies that I met. You can start looking at that. In addition to that, after all of that's done and the market research is completed, and then I or another small business specialist conducts a review, and I take my review, I'm probably the last person before the PCR that sees it. If I see that I don't think that you've done your due diligence in your market research and everything that you're supposed to do up to that point, I'm not just going to say I not concur on your strategy. I'm going to say I not concur because I don't think that you've done your due diligence. However, once again, and I'll say it a million times, here's capability statements. I've talked to these vendors. This is what they do. I believe that they're very capable of this. If they're not capable and it's probably not going to be a small business award, what type of small business participation or subcontracting can we do? So that, once again, is part of the avocation and making sure that we make a connection there.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the small business office, we, use several tools as far as market research. I think my favorite one is bringing in a group of small businesses that the program may have doubted that small businesses can do and providing them the opportunity to do capability briefings with the program. Because, we do hear, oh, well, small businesses can't. Well, let me show you that they can, and let me bring them in so you can actually have direct dialogue with them, ask them the questions so you can determine what your level of, familiarity or how would they be able to perform the requirements that you have. As Mike mentioned, we speak to small businesses here at these industry day events. We add them to, whatever type of folders that we make up or have on our computers and say, hey, okay, I met with these businesses, here are their technical capabilities. So then we do get these market research reports or these acquisition plans, and they're saying, okay, small businesses can't. Okay, well, I have a whole slew of small businesses that potentially can. Maybe we can consider a partial set aside because we know that this is a niche area that small businesses can perform. Or, as Mike mentioned, how can we secure up our subcontracting strategy to make sure that there are opportunities afforded at the subcontracting level based upon percentages that are based upon data and not just, sometimes we see our contracting officers, they do just put the agency small business goals as the subcontracting goals, and we know sometimes that those are extremely high. So how can we develop goals that are realistic for our primes to be able to meet as it relates to their small business subcontracting?
When I actually conduct reviews and I come to my conclusion after reading all the market research, I think one of my favorite words in my vocabulary once I'm conducting reviews and I see that it seems pretty inadequate is why. Why can't the small business do that work? You need to explain to me, and you actually need to show me in your market research write-up why they can't do it. You need to explain what their inadequacies are. Why can't they meet the requirement? If it was awarded to a small business on the previous award, well, what changed? Different factors. So my question, my one-word question all the time is why, and that's what kind of guides my reviews.
Awesome. So I do have a list of more questions, but I'm going to open it up to the floor and to the people online. If you have any questions, we got time for probably 2 or 3 questions. Y'all going to let them off the hook that easy? There we go. Somebody's coming up. 2?
I have many. Sorry. Okay, first I want to go back to CPARs. You had mentioned CPARs in particular. And I wanted to ask, what metrics are you going to be using to evaluate the large businesses across the CPARs for the small business subcontracts? Because sometimes it's kind of like just looking at a subcontracting plan is one thing, but what are those metrics that we can make sure we track to or in answer to?
Right. So currently right now, the mechanism that we have is looking at the subcontracting plan that was submitted and accepted as a part of the proposal. What we are taking a greater step in is including the utilization factor within some of our solicitations that actually lays out what we are expecting for them to do, and then providing, asking them to submit reports as it relates to what they are doing as it relates to their small business participation utilization that they submitted as a part of the source selection. But right now, we only are focusing on what they have submitted within their subcontracting plan. While the goals are included, they are supposed to be doing several things as a part of their subcontracting plan. So as we work with the Corps in their evaluation of the performance of the prime, we can say, okay, well, large prime, you said you were going to do these things in the subcontracting plan. Where you're at the end of the performance, what did you do? So we're able to train our Corps to be able to write narratives within the CPARs that are reflective of what the large business actually did. Because right now, as we see, many of them are not achieving their subcontracting goals, and then their CPARs is, well, they did a wonderful job. Well, did they? I don't think so. If you get to the end of the contract and they, still have zeros across the board for many of the socioeconomic categories, and even for small business.
What about the businesses, or what about the contracts that didn't have the requirement for small business subcontracting before, but could be evaluated on those bases?
Yeah, so within the GSA schedules specifically, I guess I can use an example, we aren't able to ask for an additional subcontracting plan. So as I mentioned, we typically recommend that the program and contracts consider including an evaluation factor as a part of the solicitation, because that will take us a step further to kind of understand what they are doing as it relates to small business subcontracting under that GSA schedule, because we can't ask them to submit a subcontracting plan, because the master subcontracting plan that is accepted by GSA is what they're bound by.
Okay. Have you ever thought about, or has there been a discussion about maybe including in the QASP as like a deliverable?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that happen in DOD. Because
that's why
the small business participation plan is kind of a DOD type of term, and was implemented initially there. And as you may know, many of us are coming from DOD background, so we are trying to incorporate that into some of the solicitations that we have. But there's multiple ways that we can get the information from them, either through a QAS, procedural, or just we're just trying to get them to report. So we kind of have to take simple steps with them right now. So we have to get them to accept it, to say, hey, I'm open to including it, and then take baby steps on how to get them to actually include the reporting requirement.
Okay. My last question is having to do with CPARs for subcontractors in general, right? For small businesses, we really do want to help them as a large business to progress forward and do well, but they can't use CPARs if they're our CPARs as a big business to validate that they are capable of doing this work and they are great performers. Is there an opportunity, maybe in the future, maybe in the near future, to have a large business kind of almost submit a letter of recommendation to the government on behalf of the small business that's applying for a new opportunity, as an example, or submitting for a new opportunity? Because they don't have CPARs, but like we can validate, if they've done a good, good job or something like that. I
don't think that there's anything precluding small businesses from getting that kind of documentation for the large prime to submit as a part of their proposal submission. I guess I'm assuming as long as it's not going to take them over the page limit, or they put it in some creative way, I don't think that I don't think that they can't not submit something like that from a large prime. I guess my contracting people would have to validate, but if it's included as a part of their technical proposal submission and is within the guidelines and within the page limits, I think that's something that would be acceptable.
Yeah, like part of the past performance, and just say, hey, here's communication from our prime based on the CPARs that they received and their feedback back to us.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
We got one more and we'll be done.
Good afternoon. We're kind of newer to the GovCon space, so we're working on building our relationship with the OFPP office. And so I kind of have a two-part question. My first question is, as the small business specialists or professionals, what kind of cadence would you prefer us to be kind of reaching out to you, checking in, how much is too much if we're emailing? And then the second part to that question, if we've reached out to one small business specialist and perhaps they don't work with the specific office where we might see an opportunity. What do you recommend in that case where it's like we might, I might be talking to Demetrius and I find an opportunity and he goes, okay, well, I work with, ACF, I work with NIH, and this is actually over in this part of HHS, but that small business specialist might not be as responsive. What would your recommendation be there? So if they're not responsive and I'm emailing them, but I feel like I'm emailing them a lot.
Okay, so I can answer the first part. So we do have monthly vendor engagement events. They're on the second Tuesday of each month. So I would recommend, if you have not tried to schedule an appointment, our next one will be the second Tuesday in June. You can schedule 15-minute sessions with any of the HHS small business professionals that are assigned to any of the operating divisions so that you can introduce your company to the respective small business professional. So I would recommend that. We also do have monthly office hours, and we are focusing this fiscal year on highlighting a specific operating division within HHS. So we, have their contracting staff or program official come to kind of brief on some of their strategic areas and potential procurements that will be coming out within that fiscal year. So just start participating in some of the vendor engagement events that we host. If you are having issues with sending emails and you're not getting a response, please feel free to send your email to me, and I will see how I can help you get a quicker response, because I am their supervisor, second line supervisor now, and if, maybe there's something I can directly assist you with, because I may have privy to some of the questions that you have, I definitely have no issue in responding, so.
Okay.
Once again, I would add to that, and some senior leaders spoke this morning, know what your agency buys. Know exactly what's on the forecast, know exactly what you're going after when you contact the office. I don't want to say it again facetiously, but don't come and tell me you got a white paper for a problem that you think we have. Tell us what you think, what you know that's out there that you want to discuss. That doesn't mean that you might not have something that we might need, but, that's for another forum.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So that's all the questions we're going to take for right now. Just email us, and we'll make sure we get that one answered.
Quick question. Is it a quick response? A very quick comment, just that the vendor engagement sessions are very much appreciated. They fill up really fast. I'm on the wait list every month. I get in there as soon as I can on Monday or the day that it opens up, and the registration is full. So just wanted to mention that in case you weren't aware. Thank you.
Yeah, we do know you got to set your alarm at 8:59 because it opens up at 9 o'clock. So I always say you got to go on Eventbrite, because we do publish the link about, I think, Thursday or Friday before it opens. So you just have to be on there. It's like a special spot. So, but again, if you are having issues scheduling an appointment on vendor engagement sessions, many of the small business professionals do take appointments outside of vendor engagement sessions. So if you were unable to schedule an appointment, I would recommend you reaching out to the small business specialist that you wanted to have an appointment with, and hopefully they'll be able to schedule you after the vendor engagement session.
On that note, thank you so much. Give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. We are all good to go. Such great questions, great conversation. I just hope you're getting all these nuggets, or at least can watch the YouTube video in a couple of weeks to make sure y'all get all this wonderful information that's being shared. Go ahead and grab a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back shortly for our last panel. 5-minute break. I'm sorry, 5-minute break. 5-minute break, and we'll be back for our last panel.
All right. Thank you all for sticking with us in the late afternoon of the second day. We still have our questions and answers coming on after this. This is our contracting officer panel. So it's more frontline. So hopefully that will help get some answers that the people you're actually interacting with, not just going up the chain of command. So we'll have a few questions. We'll ask them. We have some questions for you. That way we can keep you guys awake at the very end here. And then we'll open it up to questions if we have time for final ones. And I do want you all to note, this is the first panel in which everyone is actually seated in order of their pictures. So for anyone with OCD like me, this is very good. All right, so we're going to go ask for introductions. Is the newest employee to the one who's been with us the longest. So Brendan, you're first.
All right, I'm first. Good afternoon. My name is Brendan Cortade. I am the new director for ACF 360 and IDIQ contracts. So I've been with ACF since February after 13 years with Army Contracting Command. So you will be seeing a lot more from me in my office coming up here in the next few months.
Nope, that's you, Eve. Yes.
So hello, my name's Margarita Compton, and I am a procurement analyst. I currently work in the contract administration and training branch within GCS as a training coordinator. So you're probably wondering why I'm even up here if I'm not a CO. Well, so prior to this job, I was on the industry side as a contracts manager and a team lead over contracts, subcontracts, and property. And prior to that, I was a contracting officer with the Air Force and the Army. So being able to leverage that experience, I'm hopeful that I can, bring some insight to this conversation here.
Alicia?
Hey, y'all. My name is Alicia Brooks. I am a branch director in ORR's General Services and Commodities Division. I have been in contracting for a little over 18 years now, and I guess I'm the longest standing GCS employee on this panel it'll be 2 years in August that I have worked for GCS and on behalf of ORR.
All right, well, thank you very much. Since you mentioned ORR, we'll start off with that. We had a good presentation from ORR today, but one of the things that comes up often for us is, what policies and procedures do the vendors need to know to be familiar with for ORR work so they can actually properly respond?
So one of the things that I've always recommended to folks, first and foremost, is get to know the customer that you are trying to serve. So go out to their website. More than likely, there are going to be policies and procedures out there. So specifically for ORR, on their website, they have a policy page that lists, that has attachments to their program policy guides, their policy letters, their field guides. So anything that you would need to know about that organization and kind of how they operate in order to help you build your proposal would be out there.
All right, thank you. And I think that was also on their slides. So when we send those out to everyone, you have that reference also. All right, so one of the recurring themes so far over the past 2 days has been RFIs and RFPs and source of thoughts and all those fun things. We'll start off with this one. I don't think it was asked. A lot of times we give a very short turnaround time. So why are we doing that to these industry partners here?
All right, I'll take the first stab, and then my counterparts here can correct me. But so there's no magic number that I've got as a CO that says how long I'm going to put something out for. A lot of it's going to come down to what market research I already have in-house, how new my requirement is, if it's already been on the street. What I will say is, I know as we've been talking about RFIs the last couple of days, one, if you come to me as the CO and say, hey, I saw this RFI was out, I wasn't able to respond in time, go ahead and submit a response to me. Like, we'll take that into account as we go through it. The other thing you can do is if we put a short suspense on something, feel free to ask for a little more time and explain to me, hey, I could give you a more meaningful response if you give me another 2 or 3 days. I can't guarantee I'll give that to you, but at least helps me go back to my mission partner as we're looking at timelines and we're looking at all the other things that we have to do and say, okay, maybe we can take an extra couple days in this part of our process in order to get a more meaningful response from industry. So feel free to keep those lines of communication open with me and my team as we try and get some of these RFIs out. I will say, as we come into fourth quarter, though, some of these might be a little quick. So just, we appreciate your flexibility and working with us as we try and catch some of that fallout money and work through some of our fiscal year end requirements. But again, please communicate with me and my team and any of the other COs. If you do need more time, it doesn't hurt to ask. And again, if we're at the RFI stage, providing me any information at any time is good for us. So, you got anything to add?
Anything to add? Anyone?
No, I concur completely. Ask us questions. It's okay to ask us to extend. Like Brendan said, we may not be able to, but we can try to accommodate you. To that end, as CEOs, when we all get our warrants, our job is to procure the best value for the government and to be fair to the contractor. So we have to look at it from both ends, and that's part of that communication. If you ask us, we will consider and try to be fair to you in that process.
Okay. All right, so following up on that, so what are you hoping to get out of these RFIs when we keep putting them out there? What do you really want back from industry?
So, first and foremost, I want back what I asked. So, everybody's laughing, but you would be surprised at if I ask you to explain to me why the sky is blue, I will get responses back that will tell me that space is purple and heaven is green, and that chair right there is the wrong shade of blue. But that's actually why is the sky blue. And so answer the question that we ask you. We're asking you certain questions for a reason. So if I'm asking you for information and I put out a draft PWS and I say, hey, look at this PWS, does it make sense to you? Do you see that? What contract type should this be? Does this look like a non-commercial item or is it a commercial item? I'm asking that for a reason, to aid in my market research. So answer that question. If I put out a RFI or a sources sought and I ask you to submit capability statements, tell me how you're capable of completing the requirement that is in front of you. Because by and large, we give you a snapshot. If we don't give you a draft PWS, we give you objectives, we give you something about that particular requirement. So tell me how you're capable of doing that job. Don't give me marketing fluff. It's nice that you've been in existence since 1972 and you're a 5-generation family business, et cetera, but that doesn't tell me how you're capable of performing this requirement that's in front of me. So we are looking at those capability statements to determine for small businesses, can we set this aside? Are there 2 or more small businesses that are capable of performing the requirement? I have to determine capability, or I should say I can only determine capability based upon what you tell me you're capable of. So just because you submit, that does not mean that you're capable of performing the work of that contract. You have to actually tell me that in very real, tangible ways that I can understand and that my technical folks can look at, because I'm not making that decision in a vacuum. I'm sending that off to my technical counterparts for them to look and say, is this business capable? But you got to answer the question that is asked, and we really do use that to make informed market research and acquisition strategy decisions. And if you don't give me good information, I can't make a decision based upon it.
All right, and I'll just add on there a lot, and I agree with everything she said. I just want to help us help you. So help connect those dots. You can give me all the information and it looks like a scatter field of dots. Help me connect that to draw the picture for my mission partner and for me as we try and evaluate these capability statements. Tie what your capabilities are to what my requirement is. And then the second piece, I know it came up yesterday. If you have questions of us, if things aren't clear and we didn't ask you a question that gets to that, after you've answered all of our questions, add in that information. Hey, we tied it in based on what you said, but we think that the government might be missing the point here, here, and here in your PWS. Or, grammar mistakes, will get cleaned up. But if there are things that you don't understand in our PWS, tell us that. And we might not give you a direct response right then, but when you see that RFQ, you should see some changes that, hey, we're taking that feedback in, because I read everything that gets sent in. So please provide us that critical constructive feedback for our work statements so that we can get better products for the mission partners and more understandable products that you can actually bid on.
And I just want to add that this goes beyond, just capability statements and requests for information. This rolls into the RFP, where how you respond and what you're actually answering. So I've always said to answer the mail. First and foremost, you're going to receive the solicitation. You're going to go through it, figure out what they actually want to see, answer the mail. You can add the other stuff later. But, again, you want to make sure that you are giving the government what they are asking for. You know, in the case of an RFI, you know, that may help guide how they put that work out there, whether it's going to be a small business set aside or full and open. But once that RFP is out there and you don't provide what they asked, you can be taking yourself out of the running. So, you know, pay attention to detail. You know, look at the spelling, look at the grammatical errors, because that's, you know, that's one of the things that I've seen, even as somebody on business development, white gloving those proposals before they go out the door. And, you know, what you are presenting to the government should be your best foot forward. Because, you know, if you have the attention to detail to, you know, put this product in front of them, we're going to have more confidence and more faith in your ability to actually move forward with, you know, this project or the program. So,
can I add one?
Yep, go ahead.
One last thing. So, context clues matter in this case. We talk about RFIs, we talk about sources sought, we talked about RFPs. If we issue an RFI, which is a request for information, or a sources sought, if you see those acronyms or those terms or those phrases, then you know that we're in market research. We are trying to figure out how we're going to strategize and how we're going to go. If you see a RFP, request for proposal, or a RFQ, request for quote, then we are in the solicitation phase. A RFP or RFQ is an actual solicitation. The acquisition strategy has been made, and we're asking you to then submit a proposal. So don't give me a full-fledged proposal with an RFI or sources sought, because I'm only determining capability versus an actual proposal with the RFP and an RFQ when I'm trying to determine and evaluate you based upon the criteria set forth in that document to be able to award that contract. So just make sure those terms, understand the procurement process, and those terms tells you where we are in that particular, or in the process in general.
All right, thank you. All right, so this is the biggest fluff question of this three-day event, because you see Brendan is our hired as IDIQ branch chief. So here you go. Category management, best in class, is, you know, the big push right now. So what is ACF going to be doing about this, and how will it affect our vendors over the next few years?
Yeah, so there was some talk about category management yesterday. What I will say is, you know, part of the reason I was harping on the RFI stuff a minute ago is because in the next few months, there's going to be a big push for me to look across our portfolio and set up some category management vehicles for ACF. So the first couple that I'm going to be looking to put out are things for like training and technical assistance, for emergency response, for logistics and conference support, and then I'm going to be looking across our spend to see if there are any other areas that we can strategically, as a business for ACF and HHS, set up some managed vehicles. So what that means for you is, in the next few months, pay attention to the RFIs and the sources sought that will be coming out of our office, because I'm going to be soliciting feedback from industry as we build the business case for some of these. So you will see things like draft scopes, you will see things like draft RFPs, things like contract structure. So, hey, this is our current idea for the path forward, and getting industry feedback as we build some of these category management vehicles. Don't want anyone to worry, nobody's missed out yet. We're still in the building phase of this, but as me and my team get moving through this process, we will kind of be bringing category management to some in-house capabilities at ACF moving forward, at least as far as ACF 365 and IDIQs go. And then, I guess, do I need to answer the second part there? Sure. Okay. As far as the other category management vehicles, I think there was a pretty robust discussion yesterday from Mr. Wesley and some of the other leaders about how ACF looks at mandatory sources and other category management vehicles as we look to manage our spend in a smart way across the entire enterprise. And that also feeds into kind of what I'm doing as well, because I'm also working with the HHS Category Management Office. I know Christine was up here a minute ago. We're also working with the Small Business Office as I try and craft some of these larger acquisition strategies to serve multiple mission partners all at once.
All right. All right, so when it comes to getting a response to an RFP, what are some of the errors or the good things that you see very common that we can give some guidance to these people about what we like and what we don't like?
Okay. Pen and paper ready, because I have a list. All right, so I'll actually start with the good first, because we do get good proposals that come across. And when you lay out your proposal logically based upon what we ask for, so I guess the number one on the good column is you did what we asked you to do. I can tell based upon the proposal that you submitted that you actually read the RFP from cover to cover, that you actually submitted all of the things that we asked. If we asked for a pricing volume to be separate from the technical volume, to be separate from your past performance references, and you did that. If you did so within the page limits that we prescribed. If you did so, it's always good to have good grammar and to make sure that it's readable. If I wear glasses, I'm over 40, my eyes aren't what they used to be, so size 8 font, it's hard to see, right? So if it's readable, that's a good thing. And again, the layout is logical. If you submit your pricing in a way that I can readily see what the price is, and the things, if we ask for it, that went into that price. If there are labor categories there, that you told me what labor categories are included and what those hourly rates are and what your overhead or your markup is, if I can, that makes the evaluation process so much simpler. And I don't have to go back and ask you questions. But the biggest thing in the good column is you provided everything that we requested. You read it. If I have to go back to the not so good column, it is, I'm going to say it like I feel it in the moment, it annoys my soul when I can look at something and I tell that you did not read it. Because we put in a lot of time and effort into getting these RFPs out and working with our technical counterparts to make sure that you have all of the information. And as CEOs, we make sure that to the best of our ability that what we present to you is something that you can read and price. So when you don't read it, we can tell that you didn't read what was put out because you oftentimes don't submit all the documents that we require. One of the things that I think can be done better is that if typically we give a time period to ask questions. So ask us questions. If the RFP is out for 30 days, typically, after that first 10 to 14 days, we'll say, hey, submit us questions. And then we give you a deadline to submit questions so that then we can research your answers, get you answers, and publish them to give you probably a good week to then live with those answers and then submit your proposal. If something doesn't make sense, if it's ambiguous, ask the question because we can correct it. I can issue an amendment to make it clearer in terms of what we're asking, or if it just doesn't make sense, we can make sense of it, but ask questions. That's missed opportunities when you don't ask questions when RFPs are released. If you don't respond timely, the time is the time. So if something is due at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, make sure it gets there by 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you're taking into account possible email logs or backlogs and things like that. So make sure that your proposals are submitted timely. Clause fill-ins, and this is where we can tell that you did not read the entire document because buried deep within there, probably about page 75 or somewhere, that's not the real page, there are clauses that have to be filled in. And it gives information, be it something about small business set-asides, if you're telling us the percentages. Sometimes it's with labor categories or wages, things like that. There are fill-ins that you have to do. Make sure that those are done. Those are oftentimes missed. Pricing errors. I can't assume your price. I can only based upon the price that is in front of me. So sometimes if there's some cents missing, or if there's too many zeros, or something, it may look off, but I don't know that because you might have made a business decision to submit it that way. I don't know. But make sure that your pricing is proper and that it is correct when you submit it into us. Also, sometimes we give you pricing sheets, or we tell you, submit your price in this manner. You'd be surprised at the number of times that those pricing sheets are ignored, or that we don't get the pricing submitted in the format that we requested. We're asking for those things for a reason. So make sure that that is done. With past performance, if we ask you for 3 references and you give us 12, we're not going to call all 12 references. We're going to pick 3. Oftentimes with past performance, unfortunately, people don't check their references before they submit them, and we get bad references. You submitted that bad reference. I didn't go looking for it. So I have to then respond to that, right? I have to take note of that. It's a part of the record, and then I have to give you an opportunity to respond to that adversarial reference. But that does not help you. Like Brenda said, help me help you. Check your references to make sure they're going to give you a good reference before you submit that reference to us for your past performance. Cut and pasting. Seen this a lot. You cut and paste from something that you submitted to DOD and you gave it to HHS. I'm not buying aircraft. Don't cut and paste. And again, number one pet peeve for me as a contracting officer is when I get marketing fluff. Marketing information is not a proposal. I can't evaluate you based upon your marketing material. It doesn't tell me that what you propose to do for that particular contract action. So I know you all spend a lot of money on the marketing stuff, but I don't want it. I don't need it. It does not help me evaluate you. So help me help you and respond to what is asked for, give the information that is requested as it's requested and when it's requested.
Margarita, did she leave anything for you? You want anything to add?
I'll jump in real fast. I'll just add on. So I'm going to put, so just a couple of points to add on. For pricing, I'll just add, if you bid 0 in like a rate or something, it's a 0. So just make sure that, like, I'm not going to assume that's an error. I have to assume that that's an intelligent bid. The other thing that goes in both the good and the bad, if you are going to put marketing fluff in there, if I'm evaluating technical, you need to tie that. Hey, it's awesome you've done this for 30 years. Tie that to how your technical approach, which has been done for 30 years, augments my PWS. How are you going to do the application? Just saying it doesn't help. Again, help me help you. Draw those lines. Make those connections for me so that that's what helps strengthen your proposal. If you can tie your experience or your technical approach, or I've done this technical approach before and here's how it applied and here's how it was successful, or you can tell me, hey, it wasn't successful, but we made the following changes that helped mitigate risk. Show us how your unique technical approach applies to ours if we're evaluating technical, or how your staffing plan that has been done and how you've made adjustments that can help lower risk to the government. Those are the areas that you can really help set yourself apart. So, but if you don't do that, it's really jarring to read your proposal and be like, yep, I've done it for 30 years, and then here's some other stuff. But make those connections. Help us help you do those things. And then the last thing, yeah, again, RFQs. Please ask us questions if stuff isn't clear. Help us help you make intelligent bids. We can make an amendment. So.
Well, they really didn't leave me with much, right? So I think something to piggyback off of is the copy and paste. So not only don't copy and paste from a previous proposal that you submitted, don't copy and paste the government's requirement. We know what we want. Put it in your own words. Tell us how you're going to do it, how you're going to deliver this thing. And that's really all I got.
All right.
I have no.
Thank you. All right. So before I go to questions for them, I did get a question in, and could you define category management?
Could I define category management? I'm going to go defer to the OPM policy on category management. I'm going to take the easy way. But I'm getting a finger down here. Give it a shot. So category management is the government leveraging its buying power in various defined spending areas. So professional services or medical services or logistics services. So the government's initiative is to try and leverage our buying power smartly on wider contracts to benefit from economies of scale and similar requirements to get better, more consistent service across the federal government entirely.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. So, end of the day, we're going to ask you to do some work out there, industry. Tying into something that they brought up a couple times is, why don't you ask questions? So sometimes you'll leave an ambiguity or you'll respond with something that's unclear. Why aren't you asking the questions? So we would love to hear that so we understand from your perspective, maybe something we can correct on our side. I'm going to make this. No. You're on our side.
I can answer that one.
Go ahead.
So previously, one of the reasons why one of my companies didn't like to ask questions is because they did not want to put a target on their back for being that company that asked the annoying questions. Or just ask questions in general. They didn't want to seem like the difficult contractor right off the bat. And from my experience, that's not the case. We're all human. The contracting officers are human. We may miss something, and what we looked at 2,000 times before that makes complete sense in our eyes does not make complete sense to somebody on the other end trying to receive it. So ask those questions and don't be afraid to ask them.
So can I give a quick example of how that works in real time? Earlier today, ladies approached us in the back. We were trying to hide, I was anyway, trying to hide out in the back, and she approached and she started talking about her business and asked questions. But in asking her question, she tied what she did to ORR's mission. So while I didn't readily know exactly that there were contracts out there for her, but because she told me that she dealt with medical services for kids in foster care and things like that, I was able to say, oh, well, I don't have anything specifically that I know of that's out there for that. But if you go out and look at the forecast that ORR posted and look at the case coordination, there may be something there for you. Look at it was a couple more that we were able to say, hey, just look at these RFPs when they come out. There may be an opportunity for you to subcontract there. But had she not asked the question, and had she not tied her company to the actual mission of the person that I'm working on behalf of, I wouldn't be able to help her. So, again, a part of our job as warranted contracting officers is to be fair to the contracting community. And we are here to help you as much as we can. So please ask us questions, but ask us good, logical questions so that I can readily answer them.
All right. Go ahead.
My question is, I guess, related to RFP questions. There have been times, this wasn't with ACF, I believe, but there have been times where we have responded to questions on a proposal, and then when the document came out with their answers, it was like, please refer to the RFP document, please refer, and it's like if we're asking a question because we don't understand the RFP document, the answer back being referred to it can be a little bit kind of confusing. And of course, by the time that document comes out, the RFP question time frame is closed. So what would you suggest in a situation like that where we ask a question, but we don't actually get the answer we need back, and the question time period might be closed?
Okay. I'll take the first stab at that. First off, hopefully I can give you clear questions. If you don't, you know who my bosses are. You can tell them that. But no, seriously, you can still always submit a follow-up question. What the RFP cutoff is at least how I generally operated, if you ask me a question before that cutoff, I'll guarantee you get a response in time to do something with it. But you can still submit questions afterward. I can't guarantee I'll respond, but if I see something that, hey, maybe I did miss something, or I'm getting a couple questions across industry that something's not clear, that tells me maybe I need to issue another amendment to really make sure you understand it. So still submit your questions. It's not saying don't submit questions. It's just saying if you don't get your questions in, I might not guarantee we have enough time in the cycle to get those things changed. But I would say always just resubmit more questions if we weren't clear the first time around.
Okay, thank you.
So, if I have done that before, right? If I have ever responded to a question that was asked by saying, see RFP section XYZ, it's because typically that answer was right there in that section I'm referring you to, and that tells me that you didn't read it. Now, if you read that section and you didn't understand it, tell me that. Say, hey, I looked at section XYZ and I didn't understand what you meant by this, and call that out. Then that says to me that whatever I put there was not clear. So then I can answer and clear up that ambiguity. But initially that question, if you get to see this section of the RFP, we tend to think that we answered your question in that section and you just didn't read it.
Okay.
So let us know that whatever we put there doesn't make sense.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And this is for my part of the team here. So it is you guys are spot on. No worries. I do want to though clarify to industry that we are not being flippant with those short, abrupt answers. Because I think sometimes people are like, they're being sarcastic, like we can't read. we actually know that you all read, and we know you're trying to be diligent. When we are giving those short, abrupt answers, typically it really is because we're saying, we think it's right there, and sometimes it's people not asking the right questions for what you really want to know the answer to, right? So be very careful, and I use this with my part of the team all the time. I say words matter. They drive intent and purpose, all right? They've heard it ad nauseum, people, right? So that works for industry as well. If you sincerely want to know A, B, C, don't just tell me about A, right? Tell me specifically what it is you're trying to get from my COs, and they will, if it's something that legally can be answered, we'll answer it. If it's not, we'll tell you that. We won't hide it from you, okay? So truly, try to ask the right question for what you really are trying to get out. And because sometimes I think you all are asking things in code, hoping we pick it up. All right, we're pretty smart. We're not geniuses, all of us at all times on every subject, right? So please don't make us guesstimate what you want. Just ask, okay? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Rafael from Lighthouse Integrated. Wanted to ask a question, maybe not related to the specific topics you guys are talking about, but going back to the RFIs and the sources sought. Sometimes when the forecasts come out, there might be a size category suggestion, small business or something like that. But I'm wondering, when you guys are getting the responses from industry for the sources sought and the RFIs, at what point is that determination made, okay, there's enough industry to do this as a small business set-aside, for example, versus open competition?
So when we get the responses back, we are looking at them to determine capability for RFI and a sources sought. So just because 10 small businesses responded does not mean that's automatically going to be a small business set aside, because those 10 small businesses, at least 2 have to be capable and appear capable and able to perform the work. And the exact wording of the FAR escapes me at the moment, but it tells you in the FAR, when you talk about the rule of 2, if there are 2 or more small businesses that are capable of performing the work, and I believe it also says something about for a reasonable price. What he said. So that's what we're looking for in terms of making a small whether or not something will be a small business set aside. So that's why I said earlier, submission does not automatically mean capability, which is why we're asking you to make your capability clear based upon that actual requirement that is in front of you. And once we get them in, I and me as a CEO, my contract specialist, we're going to read through your responses. We're also going to pass it off to our technical and requirements team so that they can read your responses and they can help us determine capability. Typically, that capability determination is going to be made on the technical side because they're the technical experts. I'm not. However, I'm going to validate what they're saying. What they're saying has to make sense to me. So if they say that you're capable, the reasons why you're capable have to be spelled out and it has to make sense. Once we get it from there, that informs our market research. We make an acquisition decision and a strategy decision. Part of the process that I don't think you all realize is that when we make that strategy decision, we either to set aside small business, a particular socioeconomic category, or to go full and open, the SBA has to sign off on that. And the SBA is the only entity that can really stop our show, because the SBA can come back to us and say, absolutely not. I know of 10 small businesses that can do this, and you need to look at them. And so we have to go through that process. So it's not just the contracting officer making that decision on our own. There's a whole process that's involved, and it goes beyond us once we make a decision to or not to set something aside.
Just a quick follow-up question on that. Can we find out if that decision was made before the RFP actually hits the street? Do you follow the logic of my question?
Yes, and I'm thinking. And I think my answer is going to be one that you don't like, and it's going to be no.
I was going to say, I'm going to slightly modify that to it depends. So as we add information to our upcoming requirements forecasts, what it depends on is kind of the timing of when we get the updates in and the timing of when we make the decision and get the RFP out. Depending on the lag time, we may or may not be able to get that information out timely enough for you to react to it, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
When we do the forecast, if we know the act strategy. So what
Mr. Russell is saying is if we know the act strategy has been decided, we can get that into the acquisition forecast. All I was trying to say is depending on the timing of when we get that update in and when the RFP, like how fast we're moving, I may or may not be able to get that update out before the RFP hits, but we'll try adding that into our acquisition forecast so you have some line of sight into those upcoming requirements.
So if we responded to an RFI, would it be a fair thing to send you guys an email and say, hey, by the way, we responded to RFI.
If you have a question on a specific requirement, I'd reach out to that contracting officer. Yeah.
So let me clarify that, though. You can reach out to me and ask, did I receive it? Yep, I received it. We're evaluating. But I cannot then tell you what my strategy is at that time, nor can I, because I can't give you an unfair advantage.
All right.
Right? So I'm limited to the information that I can share. And more often than not, it's probably going to be just an acknowledgement of receipt that I got it and that we're evaluating and we're conducting market research. But unfortunately, we're kind of limited in what we can share sometimes.
Yeah. No, and again, I think that you guys do an awesome job in terms of updating your forecasts and everything like that. I think that, on the industry side, as we look at the different agencies we're working on, maybe it doesn't apply to HHS as much as maybe other agencies where we don't hear anything back from, especially on that, because then, that definitely impacts our strategy on, okay, when it comes out, what's going to be our strategy, for answering it.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Michelle Hayes with the Cloudburst Group. We've seen the government industry buying trend slanting again towards lowest price, technically acceptable decisions versus best value. So what strategy or decisions are you all using to decide which decision matrix you're going to be using for different type of procurements of services?
As far as a decision making, we do, everything I've seen coming out of ACF has been best value, at least on those RFQs. So when I build out a source selection strategy, that's in discussions with the mission partner and based on our market research. But Generally, we've been looking best value, at least at everything I've seen so far. So. Yeah, okay, yeah, got it. Sorry. Well, Mr. Wesley wants me, yeah, so lowest price technically acceptable and trade-off are both best value determinations. Unless we say we're going low price, they're on a continuum. So your lowest price technically acceptable, obviously we're looking at technical acceptability, but that's still a best value assessment, with price being more important than technical at that point. Where on the other end, you would have technical altogether is significantly more important than price. And then there's everything in between depending how we write the RFQ. So LPTA is still a best value, and that's a business decision that we make with our mission partners depending on which way we want to go. But for the most part, the ones I've seen would be on the more on the trade-off side than on the low price side.
So I'll say part of that decision is the complexity of the project. That goes into our decision making in terms of, does best value make sense for this, or is this something that we buy all the time? Is this something that's fairly straightforward, that it's firm fixed price and it's a clear pricing thing, or it's just a clear requirement where LPTA makes more sense? So it's really going to determine by the nuances of that particular procurement and its complexities and things like that that determine whether we go LPTA or best value. But can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why does that matter to you?
As a small business, we have limited business development resources. So if something is lowest price technically acceptable, I am going to scrutinize that harder in terms of a bid decision, because if I come in as the second highest bidder, cost-wise, my proposal is never going to even be looked at. So myself and all the rest of, let's say, 10 firms that bid that proposal, we don't even have a chance because our proposal is never even reviewed. We can't get a debriefing. We don't get any feedback. We spent $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 on a proposal that we learn nothing about other than our price was $2,000 more than the awarded bidder. So for us, it's a calculated decision from an investment perspective.
Okay. That's helpful to know, because we don't know that side of things, or that is really what you're debating when you see an LPTA versus a best value sourced election. So that's actually helpful to know.
And even if we could get some debrief feedback on an LPTA proposal, that would be tremendously valuable. But our proposal's never even read if we're not the lowest cost bidder that's selected.
Yep.
So, food for thought.
Yep. Thank you. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Barbara Gray, Gray Matters Technology Services. Good afternoon or evening or whatever it is right now, I'm not sure. I wanted to kind of ask this question, if I may. With all due respect to you, at the point that you guys get the requirements, it's a little late, I think, for us from an engagement perspective, because it seems to me that the program office, which are generating the requirements, are giving you those requirements to execute based on whether or not you have historical data, you know what you're doing in terms of contract types and those kinds of things. But what I really wanted to know is, from an acquisition model perspective, are you guys coming together, both the program office and the contracting office, to try to determine the strategy, or is it passed off to you to determine that strategy, if I may ask?
Oh, no, you can. Absolutely. It's a good question. I'd say it is a collaborative process, though, because at the point we get the package, the mission partner is going to have some ideas. Maybe they have part of a draft PWS, maybe not. But that's really when you're getting the RFI and the market research put out, at that point, the acquisition strategy and plan is not finalized. We're getting that information to help build that market research report, and then we're sitting down with the mission partner to go, this is what the market research says, this is what you as the technical team say the market research is telling you. Let's figure out the strategy and the plan that fits what that is. So that market research piece and those RFIs really are kind of the foundation of what we're building these strategies and the plans for. So does that answer what you were asking?
It does, sir. And I think the only reason why I'm posing that question the way that I am is because I see a lot of opportunities that are either firm fixed price, and I'm going to say there's some historical data out there that supports that, because no longer am I saying, cost plus fixed fee, for example, because we don't know, what those requirements are. They may be a bit vague in that respect. So I guess that's why I'm asking that question, time materials.
So again, yeah, contract type though is going to be driven again by the market research we get back and the information we have available. There's a lot that goes into that determination, but I'd say if you have feedback, and I think at least in the ones I've released, if we don't ask a question about contract type in an RFI, add that into your feedback. You're like, hey, maybe we've got some experience, firm fixed prices work, or hey, government, it looks like you're leaning one way based on how you've written this PWS. But here are some things you should consider about from the contract to risk perspective that maybe you're not thinking. Giving us that information helps us when we have those conversations with the mission partner so that we can craft a better strategy.
Thank you.
All right, and actually that ties into our final question here that we were going to ask you is, how would you like us to engage earlier in the process to help with this, as opposed to just RFIs that keep coming out or source of salt? Is it something you've seen from another agency that has worked very well? What would you recommend we try to incorporate in some of our development of these requirements? Yes, sir.
Kyle Campbell with IQ Solutions. So for some of your larger opportunities, having a separate industry day just focused on that one opportunity, it could be virtual, doesn't have to be physical. But again, time matters, right? So if you can go 12, 18 months out, I know a couple of your offices or agencies have forecasted to 2026. That's much appreciated. But if you could take a look at some of your larger opportunities and look at virtual industry days, that affords us the opportunity to do our own gap analysis, see where we have maybe some resourcing advantages or disadvantages, and then look at partnering accordingly to that.
Thank you.
Sir? Hi, Malcolm Harden, Southland Partners. Just following on to that, I know one of the things that works, a number of companies in the room, I think, are part of various industry consortium or third parties that do sponsor. I know one is branded a Federal Insights Exchange, where you can have your program folks, your contracts folks on stage at a pre-set up event where you could do a panel around a given project and get your word out to industry, probably get more interested parties as part of the procurement process, and also have a chance for a lively question and answer. So I think actually Ms. Brisbane is part of one of the organizations that do that. So just give you that insight.
All right. Thank you very much.
And just generally, I do appreciate the feedback. So, like, if there are other things that you're seeing, things that work well, especially when we're putting RFIs out on PWS, so I'm going to keep harping on these RFIs. If you see something that works somewhere else, that's okay to tell me. Or just reach out to me separately and say, hey, have you considered this? The feedback helps us create better strategies.
Thank you, Mr. Joy, for the question. David Lane with Goldbelt. One of the industry day, I'd like to tag on to that. I've seen a number of them hosted by SBA and the OSDBU, and what made it really, really successful was when the companies came on and then the SBA then asked for small business to identify themselves and then large business. And then they did these virtual, they just left. The government just left one time. And it was pretty amazing where we had to be able to go in sidebars. I was like, we received so many teaming partners. We're Alaska Native Corporation, so we team on just about everything. And so we found that so valuable. I was just praising that, like telling everybody, hey, this is what you got to do. And just want to add that tidbit. Thank you, Mr. Corday.
Right. No, thank you. Good suggestion. And I'm sorry, I'll let you go. You'll be the last one.
Thank you,
the very last
sir.
One. I was just going.
Well, thank you. Wow.
I can't get
wow.
it. So. But I will say, with Christine here and Demetrius here, take that idea that he just mentioned.
I'll be
Go ahead.
really quick. Renita Anderson, Defense Technology Integration. So one of the things that occurs to me is that the burden of proof is being put on small businesses. Small businesses are required to write proposals and responses, I'll say not proposals, responses to RFIs. Large companies are not required to do that. And so there is a large effort that goes into putting responses together to RFIs. And so small businesses don't have the staff of just proposal writers and just business developers, because the owners of the companies are also running the business. Some of them are billable on their contracts. Some of them are writing the proposals. And so their staffs are typically smaller than large businesses, obviously. But small businesses have the burden of proving that they can do the work, of proving that they deserve to be in this space. And so my thought is there a way to change that narrative so that contract opportunities in terms of solicitations are put in the small business category? Just a thought.
No, it's a good comment. What I'd say is, again, help us help you, and that doesn't necessarily mean always with, you know, the RFIs help because that shows interest and technical capability, but as the panel we had up here before, our small business offices, our odds to do offices, our SBA reps, we work with them as we craft these strategies and we look at things. So if you're doing early engagement with them, if you're getting your capabilities known to them, that is another piece that helps. So that when we bring these requirements out, maybe you don't have to put as much in at the RFI stage because you've already had those discussions and we have that information. It's where we have no interest and no information. That it makes it hard on us as CEOs. If I put an RFI out and I get a single response or 0 responses, and I've had that happen as recently as last month. So like those things, if there's nothing there, then there's nothing for me to base a decision on, and it might go another way. So your point is well taken. I mean, I understand, but you have to I mean, generally, I need some help here, though, because if I don't have that information, I can't make a decision based on it, unfortunately. So I understand there's a fine line that you have to walk and that we're all trying, but that early engagement on the small business side, because I talk to Christine nearly every day at this point. So the more information that you can have over there, and yep, see, she's pointing at me and smiling. So, but that's another, just all the other avenues that we're trying to make available for you to get engaged with the small business office, to help work with, to talk to our mission partners. The more information that's available to us, the better our decisions can be.
So let me also add, though, that if by chance you don't respond to an RFI and a procurement goes full and open, you as a small business still have the opportunity to respond. Full and open does not mean large business only. Full and open means everybody. So just keep that in mind. You didn't miss out on the opportunity just because we did not set it aside.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. And I think we have one little thing left, Q&A. So thank you all for being up here today.
Man, y'all are giving those questions. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's starting to get a little more in-depth here. So we like to end each day with kind of like a panel to kind of bring it all together. Freely ask questions, kind of give a summarized overview of different parts of the acquisition process within HHS ACF. So now I'm asking to come to the stage Ms. Donna Griffin, the Deputy Director for GCS Acquisition Policy Oversight and Administration, Ms. Lis Sosa, the Chief Procurement Service Division, Chief Program Service Division, Maria Chastity for the Senior Procurement Analyst for OA, and last but not least is going to take us on home, Ms. Tyndale, Director of Specialized Contracting and Procurement Directorate. Oh, my bad.
All right, so we are going to start this off as you all are making your way to the microphones for this open Q&A session. We're going to start this. Oh, is this better? Okay. So as you all are making your way to the microphones for this open Q&A session, we're going to start by just continuing one of the very great questions that came in the last session regarding collaboration between the program, as we call them mission partners, and GCS. And so I wanted to just bring two things to your attention that GCS has available to us. The first of which is Ms. Lis Sosa is the director of our program services branch, and she is actually responsible for program integration. So I'm going to have her talk to you all a little bit about what her team does. And then the next thing we have is very newly acquisition strategy teams, which is our version of an integrated project team, which is something that we are instituting a policy and SOP on rolling out. So those are some of the things that we are doing to work collaboratively with mission partners on developing those strategies, conducting that market research, and really making sure that we are engaged with industry throughout the process, but most importantly, early and often. So, Ms. Sosa, would you like to talk about your team?
Absolutely. So, Lis Sosa, my space is program integration. Started off with DOD, have about 18 years in DOD contracting, came up as an intern, worked my way up to a contract strategist and the deputy of contracting supporting Army Futures Command for the Army. Program integration is important. We're the tip of the spear when it comes to working with the mission partner, helping them identify what the requirement really is and help make sure that it's translatable to you as an industry partner. A lot of the conversations that you guys were having today about, you know, wanting to engage with us more has been some of the topic of conversation. Having niche particular industry days on requirements to kind of say, you know, you might not know how to do an emergency preparedness type of acquisition, but I bet you the people who work in that area know how to do it and know what's in those spaces. So let's start having conversations with them. Let's look at innovative ways to kind of get after these solutions. So these things that you guys are bringing up are things that we are taking into consideration from my team's perspective to say, okay, how can we make sure industry knows the requirements that we're doing? Which way can we make sure that we are communicating regularly with you? Making sure that when we're working with the mission partners to help them define and have a clear strategy planned out, you know, that we can actually take input from industry and infuse that into what the acquisition strategy is going to be. We pull the thread with the contracting team, so it's not like me as an integrator, I'm going to give my solution and then you guys or the mission partner puts the package together and then it's something that's not optimized, it's not executionable. So we make sure that when we work, so we're not a bottleneck for them. The mission partner doesn't have to use our team, but we are a team of experts that the mission partner can use to help think through the strategy while they're formulating their ideas. You know, what types of contract do you want to do? What things do you not want to pull from your previous contract that didn't go well into this current contract that you're doing? What problems did you have? How can we mitigate those risks? And so those are the things that we're trying to do. We use events like this to kind of capture feedback from industry so that we can make sure that when my team is talking to the mission partner that we actually, you know, tell them these are things that you may want to consider going forward. But I think that, you know, adding integration into this space has been proven to be useful because now some requirements are coming out, being able to ask those questions that you guys are wanting to know about and being able to make sure that it is a deliberate conversation and not just fluff. So I think that we are headed in the right direction with just our contracting officers and with our team liaisons as well. And then you should now start seeing more conversations with our contracting counterparts about requirements coming out.
Thank you, Ms. Sosa. So I'm going to check first. Patrick, do we have any online questions? Okay. Any questions from the room?
Or you in industry? I guess that wasn't clear. I apologize. I just didn't hear it.
No worries. Our acquisition strategy teams. Ms. Griffith, would you like to take that one?
The acquisition strategy teams are internal to the government, but they do use the feedback and a lot of the market research that they get to help shape. But they are usually internal, but they do use innovative approaches and engage with industry to help collect information to help shape the requirement.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Madan Nair. I work for Menden Group. So my question is about RFIs, and I'm not trying to beat the RFIs to death here. But the thing is, if one response is combination of 3 companies. So it's a team of 3 companies that put together a response saying that we can do all the work, or at least let's say 50% of the work as the rule requires. Another team or another response has 1 small business or maybe 2 businesses that can do 50% of the work. Would that meet the federal rule of 2, or does each small business have to do 50% in each of those responses?
Whoever the prime is has to do 50% of the work.
Correct.
Thanks.
Y'all might want to repeat that for online.
So for those of you online, whoever the prime is has to complete at least 50% of the work. Thank you for your question. Any other questions in the room? I see a couple.
Sorry, can I get clarification on that? If it's an all small team, that's not the case, correct? Because similarly situated entities.
Is your question about a joint venture or a teaming agreement?
Oh, no, sorry. It was kind of a continuation on the team. I missed the joint venture.
Oh, you're
comment.
just
Sorry.
asking about the rule of 2.
Yeah, so with the rule of 2, you start talking about similarly situated for if it's going to be deemed a full small business set aside. If it's a full small business set aside, you can do the experience of a similarly situated entity for experience. But when you start talking about who has to perform it, you still have to perform 50% of the work unless you start getting into mentor-protege or joint venture.
Thank you, sir. Patrick, anything online? Anyone else in the room? These are questions for today, yesterday. It's an open session. You can ask whatever questions you like.
Hello again, Raphael from Lighthouse Integrated. Just wanted to maybe go back on the topic of debriefs after submitting a solicitation. What's the current practice that you guys are doing in HHS, depending? When did you guys determine that debriefing can happen to somebody who did not win a bid?
In terms of the current practice, it depends on the approach that's being taken. But as someone submitting a response to a solicitation, you can request a debrief, and a debrief is owed to you at particular points throughout the process. So as long as your request for a debrief is timely, upon your notification that you're not making it to the next round, then you can request a debrief, and a debrief is owed to you. Is that the answer to your question?
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Jeff Ray, MML Properties. We're a shelter facility provider for ORR. One of the things that I'm hearing a lot of today, and this is part question, part comment, but I think a lot of people are here on the subcontract side, not necessarily as primes, and it seems like one of the things that I hear repeatedly is that the benefit of coming here is to connect the smaller subcontractor with the larger prime. When I look at things on sam.gov, it's not, I don't have a way of identifying who is a prime contractor that's going to be interested in an opportunity, but there's always documents that are associated with it. As an example, when we registered for some of the events this week, there was an online Teams form that we filled out. Is there any reason that form-based process couldn't be integrated into the acquisitions program so that in an instance where a sub is looking to team with a prime, they could identify who the players are going to be on a specific opportunity well in advance as part of that process?
So I don't think that GCS has something like that built into the way that we approach our acquisitions right now. However, when the HHS OSDBU's office was talking, I think you heard them mention subnet, and that might be an opportunity, an immediate opportunity where you could find prime contractors who are looking for subs. But we do hear your feedback, and we'll try and take a look at that when we get back to the office to see if that's something that we could do.
Fair enough. Thanks.
I would also add that one of the objectives of APBI in and of itself is those mission partner briefings that allow you to see further and further out. Last year, for those of you that attended, you saw that our forecast wasn't as far out as it is this year. So we are progressing as an agency and getting better at forecasting those opportunities out. And so we're hoping that it also provides you with an opportunity to see those out years so that you can start to have those conversations much sooner in your planning process and in your BMP cycle. And so part of APBI will help facilitate that, along with what Ms. Griffith added in terms of what we can do as an organization to help facilitate some of that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And I'll just add while we're waiting for the next question that as much as you guys depend on the forecast, our internal offices depend on the forecast from the mission partners as well. So we are always encouraging them to please get your forecasts together. Go 2, 3, 4 years out if you need to. But as much as you guys need them, we need the forecast too so that we can support them appropriately. So rest assured that we are working to do better at making sure that you guys have forecasts.
And I'll also just foot stomp. Last year from APBI, one of our taskers was to have a regular communication with industry about forecasting opportunities. And so every quarter, the contracting directorate, led by Mr. Bill Kubal, and the specialized contracting and procurement directorate, led by Mr. John Conlon, they post forecasts. The most recent forecast, I'll just foot stomp, was posted this past Friday. That has opportunities, and just be aware that there are 2 separate forecasts. So you will see a SAM posting for each of those centers with opportunities for their respective mission partners. Patrick, we have an online question?
Actually, we do. And they did not say this was an ACF requirement, so it may not be. But again, it goes back to source of thoughts, RFIs. The previous requirement was a small business set aside. It was a recompete. RFI went out, or source of thought went out, and it came out full and open. No explanation on why, and no incentives, for utilizing small businesses. So from their perspective, they're going, hey, why is this? If we already knew it was previously done as a small business, why would some decision like this be made? And how can we get some feedback on that?
I know this has been one of the topics that's been of a lot of interest from you as industry, and I know yesterday there was a takeaway specific to this topic on just responding or how we respond to how those sources sought work. And I think there was also some discussion here earlier today about how you can get back in contact to find out what the decisions were and how we can communicate when those decisions are moving into an acquisition strategy. So I think we have some take-backs as an organization to figure out how we can better communicate some of those things. It may not necessarily look the way that you anticipate or think it should look, but I think we can probably come back with something and be able to give a response to industry on what we're going to do better in that area in the future. Absolutely.
I'd like to add something as well. More often than not, at least what I've seen at headquarters, is the requirement actually grew. So the capacity grew, the demands grew. So more often than not, if something originally was small business set aside historically, and then now is full and open, chances are there's a good reason for it, and that the requirement is not the same as it was. So kind of keep that in mind as well.
On that note, she's absolutely right. Sometimes requirements evolve, right? Kind of evolve over time. But I will say, never be afraid to ask the question, right? When you see that requirements come out, remember each requirement stands alone. Last year's requirement, 5 years ago requirement is not the same requirement. I often joke with the team with the rapper Fat Joe quote, yesterday's price is not today's price. That's what industry tells me all the time, right? So yesterday's requirement is not today's requirement. So don't just assume that just because it came out of the same office or it's a recompete, that it hasn't evolved or morphed into something more or just has evolved or grown or changed significantly. And that market research drives, because market research has to be done every single time, regardless of what it was the last time. So just like when it was full and open and we do a small business set aside next time because the market research has shown that small businesses can do the work, it can also work the opposite. That's the benefit of having up-to-date, fresh market research before you do a procurement. So there are lots of reasons. Over.
Any other questions in the room or online? All right. Well, thank you so much for your time today. We are having our third day tomorrow. We will see you all at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Have a great evening.